You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois. Friday evening, 11 p.m., October 20th, 2023. This is our fifth session playing through The Messenger, which is a fairly deluxe, atmospheric, escape room puzzle-style game. And we actually thought we might finish last night, but we ran into some trouble on a couple of puzzles that are really throwing us. And yesterday we went for about 5 hours, and it was getting frustrating, and we were sort of flailing about. So what I'm hoping we'll do today is slow down a bit. I think we've got some stuff to talk about in terms of sort of recapping where we are. We're at a really quite unusual position in a game like this, where there's sort of two things happening. There's an overall narrative of this curse, this covenant, this parcel that forces people to make a bargain each year. And we don't quite understand it fully. We don't understand what the bargain is, what the choices you have to make, and we don't really understand the consequence of it, of the two choices. It certainly seems like it centers around the idea of bringing back someone, a loved one, that's been killed, it seems. But we're not really sure what the two choices are and what the consequences are. There seems to be a demon involved, but there's also this woman who has these possessed spells, maybe epileptic fits. A real woman in history, Alice Parker, 1692, has started this whole thing. So is this her curse? But then she's suggesting that there's some sort of demon. So that's that overall narrative, which could impact how we break the cycle of this thing, is important for us to understand. And then interweave there are these puzzles. We figured out at some point that the core of the puzzles are decoding this set of symbols. And if we look at our list here, we can see that we've decoded a bunch of symbols. We know a word or a phrase associated with each of these symbols. And we've gotten these from various means. Some have involved puzzles. Some have most have involved puzzles, and then a whole other subset have involved finding symbols on tarot cards. There's one symbol that means the loved one or the beloved. The recipient is holding a little, let me give you a better close-up here. There's another symbol of ours. Here's this backwards 2 symbol. And then we found one here in this brick. So we've got 5 of our symbols from the tarot cards. We haven't seen any other in the other tarot cards, but we do have a lot more tarot cards, so it's possible there is a symbol in there that we've missed. And then the other puzzles have given us symbols. And then, of course, lots of puzzles in the book have given us mappings from symbols to words. And we've been doing that and accumulating this dictionary of symbols while not being sure how we're going to use that. Then one of the more recent things we got was when we unlocked the 7th video on the website, we finally got an email address that might have been Sean's, the person who had this parcel a couple years before us. And he sent us the full page here that was been cut out. And that page, let me get it here for us. That page looked like this. Well, when we got that, we said, bingo, there are our symbols. So we've been filling that in with the translations we understand. Demon contract, etc. Now from this chart, we can see there are a few symbols that we don't know yet. We don't know how to decode this symbol. We don't even know where this symbol is found. That's a real puzzle for us. And then we've got a couple other symbols that we can see they're in puzzles, but we're not sure about translating them. Here is one. No, that wasn't one. This one here is from our blotch puzzle. And this one here, we're not sure where that one's found either, although we suspect it may be in the 4-plan puzzle. So actually, there's 1, 2, 3 symbols we're not sure the translation of. We've got one symbol we're not 100% sure of, though we think it means take. So 3 symbols left, 2 of which we think we know what puzzles they're in, 1 of which we don't know, which makes me think that this might actually be in a tarot card, but we can come back to that. All right, now, the really interesting thing is this is very cool. This is like the spell or something, the contract details. We think the idea here, we think maybe the overall goal here in this game is for us to break the cycle, which probably means somehow breaking this contract somewhere. It's not clear how. Maybe you could break it anywhere, but this, I mean, maybe you would, this is a natural place to break it, but I don't know why you couldn't break it anywhere here. Anyway, a really interesting thing, though, is that there's no website asking for the solution. So we don't even understand, once we get this fully figured out, we don't know what to do to solve this case. We don't know how we're going to get confirmation when we do have the right answer. So there's going to be some action to take. We might be expecting that one of the things we'll uncover is a website or an email address, but it's not clear to us, which leaves us in a very cool but confusing situation. All right, let me check in with the chat before I talk about more what I think I want to do for today, how I want to structure today. Matt says, I agree, we don't know what our mission is. I thought we'd have more direction. Have we seen all the videos? Yes, we've seen all the videos. We seem to have gone through the entire website and seen all the annotations. Anna wanted to know a summary of all the puzzles. Well, that may be a little tricky to do. We did make a list of remaining puzzles and things that we were unsure about. And then I typed that up somewhere to give us a better idea. So this isn't all the puzzles, but these are the ones that are still troubling us. DJ in the Discord was pointing out, don't forget we've got these numbers here that we don't know what they mean. So that's this puzzle. The 4-plan movement puzzle, which is this one, which we spent much of the end of last stream working on. I'll talk about that in a second. That's 2 parts, we think, for this. One is, what do all these movement directions tell us? Do they give us a symbol? And then, separate from that, how do we translate this? How do we solve this, whether it's a cipher or whatever otherwise, to get a word to map to that symbol? So that's the 4-plan one. And then I've listed a couple others that may have nothing to do, may not be things we have to solve, but do trouble me. We've seen a bunch of places where someone keeps saying no one listens. Like when we talk to Anne Rothman in person, she says, you're in trouble because no one listens, no one listens, no one listens. And then in the diary, it says somewhere someone made a note like, I'm going to go re-listen to the tape. It feels like there's a lot of hinting to re-listen. And because there's so much going on there, I worry that maybe we need to re-listen to that. I did print out the transcript, so maybe we'll spend some time at some point going back through that transcript to see if there's something we might miss. Then there are a whole bunch of weird things that I've just made note about. We saw a video that had a Z on one of the pages, but not on our diary page. I think that's probably just a slight change in the final production copies. The idea that there might be more hidden symbols or something on the tarot cards. We know the dog tags were just a prop for this puzzle that we did solve, but it's good. They have some numbers on it. I mean, they're going to be Thomas Miller's ID number. But is it possible there's something else on there of importance for us? I don't think so, but possibly. We've got our amulet with the magnifying glass at the end. The channel is fairly convinced that this ties to one specific puzzle, the blotch puzzle, but I've just written it down here in case there's something else we're not grokking about that. The idea that there might be more information in the diary we're overlooking. The phone number we got about Eric that we call and is not disconnected but wants us to leave a message. We think that's a meeting that happened, so probably not important. There's an interesting page in the diary that I'm calling the help page. This black word help here that seems odd to us because of this line, this diagonal line, which makes it almost look like a Z. But now I'm starting to think that this line is really just part of the diagram of the tree behind it. So probably nothing, but I have indicated that. There's a weird signage of a page signed by Forrest, and then Thomas Cook has put his name over it with a V. I'm not sure what that means. Similarly, there's another page where a religious person signs it Amen and puts a cross drawing. I'm just noting that because that's a symbol. Then there's this puzzle that uses the poker chip that we think we understand, but the best we get out of it is a word take. I think it's probably right, but it's in reverse order, E-K-A-T. That troubles me still, but that's our best guess. But if you wanted to say, do we get any symbols wrong, that might be the one. Then there's a horoscope logic puzzle that we bypassed. And we were talking in the Discord about it and our theories about it. And I think I can walk us through the solution to this. And I think explain why we were able to bypass it, like a little bug in the puzzle. Then we're going to return to the blotch puzzle that we got stuck on for a good hour or more yesterday. And I am not very good with those spatial puzzles. This one we think you might have to look through the pendant. So Stacy in the channel, who also has the game, has had it for over a year. So the demon might be working through her, but she brought it into work and had a bunch of people try to look through it and thinks that there is a solution to this. So we're going to go over that. So I'm going to go over today in the beginning the horoscope puzzle solution and the blotch puzzle solution. Then there's the Z, and we're going to go over the floor plan puzzle symbol. So the first thing we're going to do today is we're going to go over these three puzzles. We're going to spend a little bit of time going over the solution to these, make sure we're happy with them, see where that leaves us. And then let me check in with the chat before I do any of that. In the list of online artifacts, why is the amulet shown being worn by Queen Elizabeth? That bothers me. I think, so I printed out, I made a document of some of the stuff of the artifacts from the website, including the transcript, to have us work on it better. Some of the stuff. Okay, so Perry is talking about this photo. I believe what he's saying is he thinks he sees Queen Elizabeth wearing this brooch. And he's saying, hey, is it that Queen Elizabeth got this parcel and left her personal... Everyone has to leave add a personal artifact to this. So I think what he's saying is, it's probably not. It's probably not the one that Queen Elizabeth wore. But what if it is? So I think just a narrative. And so then I printed out the extra stuff on the website that seems relevant to our case. This was the floor plan guy. Sean had did some extra research, found the death report that filled in, found this photo of where the guy committed suicide. And we can look at those if we need to, just so we don't have to jump back to the website. And this is a little bit of the blotch puzzle. All right, so if the channel is ready, Harry says it's not, Elizabeth. And Tina says, I think we haven't used the actual cassette. I thought it might have something to do with the actual black tape inside it, but I was wrong. Stacy checked her copy. I see, okay. All right, so before we start, let's do a little bit of catch up. I was thinking we were going to play a fan case of Bureau of Investigation on Saturday, but given how it's taking us at least 5 days to finish The Messenger, maybe even tomorrow is going to be needed as well. I'm not going to schedule for Saturday a fan case of Bureau of Investigation, so we'll either take off tomorrow if we happen to finish this tonight, or we'll meet again tomorrow and keep playing. On Sunday, we have Dear Holmes, and then after that is up for grabs. Someone pointed out in the Discord something that I noticed myself, which is the game Perspectives is now out for sale. We talked about it at some point on the Board Game Geek section for this channel, the guild for this channel, that Perspectives is this new box, I think published by Space Cowboys, which is a collaboration between Dave Neal, who this channel knows very well from the Baker Street Irregulars box, and someone else. And it's a cooperative deduction two or more players. And it seems like there's hidden information, so you can't really play it solo. So we probably can't play it on the channel, but maybe Greg and I will play it and try to review it. But it looks very interesting. 3 cases, and it's about... everyone has their own, it's cards of evidence and you divvy them up. So everyone has some pieces of evidence and can talk about them but not show them. Something like that. It looks interesting. I'll be picking it up this weekend. Okay. So let's start. Where shall we start? Let's actually start with the astrology puzzle. Why not? Okay, so let me explain what we think is a slight bug in the game. So once we got our contract with the devil diagram, we went looking for what symbols we still need. And one of those symbols we found here. Okay, so a whole bunch of symbols, and there's one of them that we needed, and there's the word soul. So we just wrote down, okay, probably that's the symbol for soul, and we found it, and that's the only one we need, and we don't need any of these. On the other hand, this absolutely seems to be part of a logic puzzle. 5 children were born under an ominous signs, one after the other. Alice with Mars rising, Sarah either under Mercury or Virgo. Jupiter rose 2 months prior to Mercury. Samuel born under Jupiter or Saturn. The other planet rose under the sign of the Scorpion. Mary was an Aquarian. Venus rose after Mars. Saturn ascended 2 months before Jupiter. John was not a Sagittarius or a Capricorn. All the children were born to bad signs, John perhaps worst of all. So we recognize this as a constraint satisfaction puzzle, and related to this. However, and it seems like maybe John is the target, and that if we followed this, we might be able to say where John is here in the horoscope zodiac, and then that would give us a symbol and a word, but this is the only one we need. We actually know that we've seen this symbol somewhere, so maybe otherwise you would guess it was this. We know this is the sign for Libra. But we don't seem to need any of the rest of these. So that's weird. So we just took this as being Sol. But we were thinking about, well, should we try to solve this and see what it gets us? And our hypothesis is that maybe if you tried to solve this earlier, you're going to land here and get that this is your symbol and word. And the game just is slightly buggy in that by the time we got to it, we knew this was the only one of interest. But I'm going to walk you through, since there was some discussion in the Discord about what the solution to this is. I am going to walk you through what I think is the valid way to solve this puzzle. And there was some discussion on the channel on the Discord. If you don't know about the channel Discord, let me talk about that for a second. So there are a couple places where I post and we discuss things in this channel. There's, of course, the YouTube page. There's the Board Game Geek Guild, where we have forum sections. Those are good for offline, sort of asynchronous discussions. I occasionally post on Facebook, but normally nothing particularly interesting that you wouldn't find elsewhere. And then there's a Discord channel for this channel, a Discord server for this channel. And that has a section on sort of general talk, and then a section on development of the game I'm working on, High and Low. And I'd love to have more volunteers for that if someone wants to stop by. And now there's a new section for sort of clues and stuff where we might discuss puzzles that are lasting too long. And that's where we were talking about this a little bit. Okay, so let me walk you through how I think the solution to this looks. Although I'm not 100% on it, but let's try to work on it together and see if it makes sense, how I interpret solving this. Okay, where's my printout of this case so I don't have to remember to read it? Printout of this page instructions. Okay, so let's see. First of all, let me put this way. Yeah, I guess that doesn't look right. Hold on, let me find my worked through page. Okay, all right, so start here. And then there's our Libra. Okay, so here's our Libra symbol, which is here. All right, now let's walk through it. 5 children born under ominous signs, one after the other. That's our first constraint. So our first constraint tells us that the 5 are going to be right next to each other, one after the other. So it could be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, whatever. The 5 children are going to be in a subset of this contiguous. Okay, that's our first constraint. Then we're told Alice with Mars rising. So Alice is with the planet Mars rising. Now, the planet stuff is weird, and I don't fully understand it, but I'm going to show you how I solved it without worrying about that stuff for a bit. Sarah, we're told, is either Mercury or Virgo. Okay. There's Virgo, I mean. So she's either under the planet Mercury or she's the Virgo sign. Okay, now here's the key part, I think. So Jupiter rose 2 months prior to Mercury. So I'm going to do it like this. We've got Jupiter. Then we've got some planet we don't know. And then Mercury. Okay. Samuel is either Jupiter or Saturn. Can you still see all this? Barely. Okay, and then the other planet rose under the sign of Scorpion. So something is under Scorpion. And then Mary we're told, is an Aquarian, which lets us put Mary right on the board now. So here's Mary. Mary is under Aquarius. So now you know one thing. Remember, the 5 children are born one after the other. So if Mary's the first, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then no one's Cancer through Capricorn. If Mary's the last, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, then no one's on this set. So we know no one's born under Cancer, Leo, or Virgo. Because of Mary. Because we know they're all 5 in contiguous, if we know that it can't be further than this line and it can't be further back than this line. So we can rule out these. But now we know Sarah was either Mercury or Virgo. So now we know Sarah is Mercury. Of course, we don't know where Mercury planet is. So we're going to put that aside for now. All right. Now, what else have we got? Venus rose after Mars. So we know that wherever Mars is, then came Venus. Okay. Saturn 2 months before Jupiter. So now I'm going to come back to this. And I'm going to put Saturn here. So it was Saturn something, then Jupiter, then something, then Mercury. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Here are our 5 children. One is going to be born Saturn, then something, then Jupiter, then something, then Mercury. That's going to help us. Those are our 5 children in a sequence and the planets. Now we know John was not a Sagittarius. So I'm just going to write here, not John. And he was not a Capricorn. I'm going to write here, not John. All right, all children were born to bad signs. That doesn't help us now. Okay, now we're told Alice is Mars. And Samuel is Jupiter or Saturn. Okay. And Mars is before Venus. So I think what I did is if Mars was before Venus and we don't have either of them in here, I think that tells us we've got Mars and Venus right here. Saturn, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, Mercury. And Sarah is Mercury. I think, let me see if I remember exactly how I did the next constraints here. Did I now assume, so we still don't know which 5 slices they're in. We just know they're in here somewhere. The other, Samuel was born under Jupiter, Saturn, and the other planet rose under the sign of the Scorpion. So what did I do next? Alice is in Mars, so we know she's here. And then we know Samuel is either under over Jupiter or Saturn. Samuel. Oh, it's getting a little messy now. Let me see where my notes are. What did I do next? Mary was an Aquarius. Someone is born under Scorpion. Alice is to Mars. I think what I did was I said, we've got to have this, the sequence has to be of these planets: Saturn, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, Mercury. So if we started here, we'd have Saturn, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, Mercury. Alice was with Mars, though. So if we did Saturn, Mars, we know it can't be Saturn, Mars. Well, let's see. If we end here with Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, Venus, Jupiter, Mars, Saturn. Let's see, does the chat remind me? We know Mercury can't be Virgo. Sarah is either under Mercury or Virgo, but we know it can't be Virgo, so Sarah has to be Mercury or Virgo, but it can't be Virgo. We've already gotten rid of Virgo. We're just trying to put the planets out is what we're trying to do now. Just trying to remember, on what basis did I... Alice was with Mars. Why have I... Yes, Alice was with Mars. And then Mercury. So we know Sarah is over Mercury. We know Samuel is Jupiter or Saturn. Do we know about Venus? Venus is after Mars. Saturn 2 months before Jupiter. Yes, we got all that. Where did I make my other constraints? I should have written this out better. Here's the final answer I got, which left us with John being Venus and Scorpio. But now, how did I get rid of these? Let me look under my list again. Slow down. We're not going to get frustrated today. We're going to go slow. I wish it wasn't so washed out. I know this has got to be hard for you to read. Other planet rose under the side of... that's what I think I did. Okay, look. It says the other planet rose under the sign of the Scorpion. So I said, okay, the Scorpion has to be included in this sequence of 5. So you could imagine 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But either way, if Scorpion is in the sequence of 5, then we can't have anything under Aries, Taurus, or Gemini. The fact that we know someone's in Aquarius and someone's in Scorpio, and they're a contiguous sequence of 5, kills off these in addition to the ones we already killed off. Okay, so now we've got this half of the set. Now, if you look at our sequence, Saturn, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, if we do Saturn, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, that's one possibility, or Saturn, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, or we could do Saturn, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Mercury, or we could do Saturn, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Mercury. I'm not sure if we're allowed to go backwards, or Saturn, Mars, Venus, Jupiter, Mercury. Assuming we don't know in what order the planets go, although I think they have to go this way. I'm not sure. So we know that Alice is in Mars. So it can't be Saturn, Mars, because that would put Mary and Alice conflicting. But we could do Saturn, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury. We know Sarah is Mercury, so that could put her here or here. Let's see, how do we get our last conflicts? Samuel was born in Jupiter or Saturn. Other planet rose under Scorpion. Aha, okay. So we know Scorpion has to be either Jupiter or Saturn, because we're told that Samuel was either born in Jupiter or Saturn, and whatever he wasn't born in was Scorpion. So if we say this is Jupiter or Saturn, then our choices are either that Saturn starts the cycle, Saturn, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, Mercury, or if we do Saturn, Mars, Jupiter, that doesn't work. Saturn, Mars, Jupiter, that doesn't work. So it must be this way. And it can either be Saturn, Mars, Jupiter. Sorry, that doesn't work. It could either be, it has to be that this is Jupiter, that this is Saturn. That doesn't work. That's not what I got. Saturn, Mars, Jupiter, Saturn. Maybe it could be Saturn, Mars, Jupiter. No, that doesn't work. I wonder if I got it wrong then. Samuel was born under Jupiter, Saturn. The other planet is in Scorpion. So this has to be either Jupiter or Saturn. And given our series of Saturn, Mars, Jupiter, it must be that we start here with Saturn. I'm getting a different answer than I got before. That would mean this is Saturn, this is Mars, this is Jupiter, this is Venus, and this is Mercury. And we don't have a Libra. And then if we know that, we know Sarah is Mercury. We know Samuel is either here or here. We know Mars is Alice. And we know John has to be... What did I do wrong? Oh boy, sorry, this has turned into a mess. Samuel is Jupiter. It's impossible for me to catch up with the... It's impossible for me to catch up with the chat. It can't make sense. John is Scorpio first and Saturn. That's what I've got here. But now, what did I do wrong? So we've got Saturn, Mars, Jupiter, Venus, and Mercury. We know Sarah is explicitly Mercury, so that solves that. Why do I have... Oh, we know Mary's Aquarius, so she must be here where Venus is. We know Jupiter is here, it's not John. We know Sagittarius is here and not John. Why we're told explicitly Alice is Mars, so she's done. And then Samuel is either Saturn or Jupiter. Saturn or Jupiter. But then we're told the other planet is Scorpion. So that means that Samuel must be here because he's not in Scorpion. That leaves us with Scorpion left. The only other child that we haven't assigned is John. Okay, so I got it. I fixed it now. I guess I didn't get exactly the right answer last time with planets. But now we know that John, who we've been trying to find, is indeed Scorpio and under the planet Saturn, which, if you look, is exactly what we want. We want to find John here, which is the one right next to Libra. So solving this does get us our same, it gives us this quadrant, which is what we wanted. So, boy, that was confusing, but hopefully what I tried to show is the channel was saying there is a planet associated with each symbol, but it's very confusing if it changes when they're born. So I was trying to solve it in a way that didn't make any assumptions of what planets are always or more strongly associated with a certain sign. So I think just by doing constraints, even as messy as this was, I do think it gives us one unique solution, which has us, John is a Scorpio in Saturn. We don't need the Saturn part, but knowing that John's Scorpio gives us our symbol. Boy, that was a lot messier than it had to be, but there we go. And then the chat is saying that they take issue with Scorpio. Okay, Kurt says, according to Wikipedia, Scorpio is traditionally associated with Mars. The game seemingly grounded in reality. I would think that diary entries would be referring to what they considered in real life. I think that's part of the confusion that... Here's how I understand it. Just Googling, just doing a quick search for the zodiac stuff. There's some sense in which a sign is sort of ruled by a planet, And that's what I think you're talking about, Kurt, that Scorpio may be normally ruled by Mars. But when this person is talking about Mars rising and etc., these things rising, that's different. That has to do with what year you're born. So that's why I think you can't use that planet, what planet is ruled by what symbol. That's why I think you have to say that if you knew the year, you could figure out what planet was rising for each symbol. But since we didn't know the year, we could get close. But if this was talking about John, some other John, we weren't sure what year it is. Although there is a year, there is Adriana Higgs here on this book. It may be that if we look up Adriana Higgs in our parcel log, we will find what year, but that would just be the year she got it. So I'm not sure that would solve it. Anyway, doesn't matter. With constraints alone, we were able to confirm that our basis for getting that symbol was correct. Okay, that's that puzzle. Let's turn to the blotch puzzle. We're not going to kill ourselves over this, though. I'm going to tell you what Stacy's experimentation and what sort of, it sounded like some agreement amongst the group, how it was resolved. So here is our puzzle and our symbol. We're trying to get a word out of this. The channel very early on fixated on the idea that this is one of these things where you look through this, maybe you hold it at the right angle, at the right distance, and you'll get a word in here. And I think at the end, I was convinced about, when we saw these lines, we thought maybe you have to fold it and get something. At the end of yesterday's session, or somewhere in the middle of yesterday's session, I was convinced to the logic of looking through this. And the idea being that this is an interesting human neuropsychology, I guess you would call it, that essentially, if you can connect some of these blotches, you can spell out a word. And here we see gaps. And when we see gaps, our mind sees these as separate things. But if you put something in front of it, which serves to block seeing what's between these two, like, for example, if you would imagine if I put a pen here, all of a sudden your mind doesn't know what's between these two blotches. And it might be willing to think that they're connected and this is occluding them. So the idea being that if you put this over it at the right distance, this will occlude sections that your mind will then fill in. And if I look at the attempts to do that in the channel, let me find it. Okay, so here was the idea that Delia in the channel was trying to overlay that on top of that in a way that the metal occluded certain things and let you find combinations of letters. And I think here's a perfect example. The idea being that maybe this is perceived as a G. We don't see it connected here, but the fact that this metal might be blocking this might make you think this is a G. You might see it as a G if you look through. And the second part of the theory was that these lines, this was another theory that the channel came up with early, might be dividing us into four-letter word. And I believe what the channel is now convinced, and what Stacy is now convinced of, is that those four letters are a G at the end, an R first, then an I, then an N. So that somehow we have an N here, and an I here, and a R here. Now, granted, It feels like this is too bright. Is that what's happened? Is that why it's hard to read this? Is that a little bit better? So there seems to be some real agreement by people in real life who looked at this that we get the word ring, which thematically makes sense with our story because we know that the witch, or Alice Parker, said, bury your ring along with the book and my words, and that's how you do this magical thing. But it's hard to see this way. I certainly couldn't see it this way. I'm going to take one more try to see. Let's see if they've aligned it. Which way have they aligned it? Not this way, straight up and down. Okay, I'm just going to try for a minute here to see this here now that I know what I'm looking for. Boy, which way would you align it though? Do you think that's, I guess Delia's map isn't quite. I mean, I can make the G happen, essentially. I don't think I can make the other letters appear, though. Yeah, I can't make it happen. I am not happy about this puzzle, but we'll see what when we're finished with all this, we'll see what the hints and solutions says about this. For now, though, I think we should accept by powers of deduction, figuring out that it should be something, that this one does look like it's probably a G, that it probably makes sense to consider this a ring. And let me check and see how the chat feels about all this. The Spaminite says, I don't approve of this puzzle. Stacy says, I'm convinced, but I can't see it myself. DJ Moneycut says, what if you do the same thing, but with the magnifier and the necklace, the distortion might make the difference? Yeah, that's okay. That's interesting. So don't know whether to turn it this way or this way. All right, let me give it another try. This distortion might make a difference, huh? I'm afraid with the distortion, I really can't see anything. Let me turn it the other way. It did say monocle, so it does make me think that it's not a terrible idea to put it up to your eye like a monocle. But honestly, it's hard to get anything out of it like that. No, I can't make it work. And I've had my fill of it. Perry says, I understand the premise. I see nothing. Yeah, we're all on the same page. We understand the idea, but we can't make it work. All right, that's okay. We're still going to create a card for this symbol. And we're going to call this ring with the question mark. Don't love it. Don't love it at all. In fact, it's my least favorite of all of them. But let's accept that for now. In the interest of, it's a reasonable guess. And Anna says you don't even need to see it in the monocle. You can see it in the blotches in the 4 letters. Well, I can't see it. You think you can see this? Graffiti letters, the word ring? I don't see how. I don't see how. Where's my 4 lines separated? You're claiming you can just see this in your eyes, R-I-N-G, even without the thing? You can see R-I-N-G. I don't see how. I mean, I can kind of see the G. This has to be an N. The idea that you can see an N here without the pendant, I think, beggars belief. Even if I know what I'm looking for, I can't see it. I mean, I guess you think there's an N like this. I mean, no, let's, we don't need to get into this. We do not need to get into this. Yeah, we'll check it out in the end. But we can put it aside for now. All right, if we get our sheet back out, then we're gonna claim now that, maybe do it in a different color so we think this is ring. That's our blotch puzzle. And we're sticking with our soul answer as the other puzzle. All right, so we've just added ring here. It's the only use of it. So we've got this completely solved. We're just missing 2 symbols, this one here and this one here. Now this one looks like the floor plan thing that we think it is. So as our last recap of puzzle, we're going to revisit this puzzle and try to convince ourselves that it's talking about that symbol. We spent a long time yesterday tracing it out. I redid it again and got this. So I was much more careful. I lined these up. I registered them on this. We retraced the path of the ghost, of the spirit of the kid. He started at the entrance hall, then he went to the garden, then the gallery window. The next day he went from the bedroom, which was like gallery window, to the kid's room, Jacob's room here. And then also in the beginning we're told that he went from the cloakroom to the fountain. So this is very clear to me. Then the last part, actually, where we get this line is a little bit debatable, but I think the consensus was that it's all from one room to another. And the way this group got this extra line here was this comment about, the wind swept open my doors, upon which I discovered a strange parcel sitting in the center of the entrance hall. The center of the entrance hall is here, and the way we got this line is we said, okay, we know who this is now. We know his master chamber is here. So you draw a line to the center of the master's chamber, you get something like this. Now this looks very much similar. It looks similar to this symbol. But boy, it's very odd to me that this left-hand leg is so different. Like most of it looks right. It's this final part here. This final leg that should be up at this same angle is wrong here. Here in our tracings, it's here. If we wanted to make it go up, we could do so if the last room was the reading room, perhaps. If it was the reading room instead of the master bedroom, it would give us a line like this, which would be much closer to this. So I wonder if it's either a bug or, to my surprise, the last eve, the wind swept open my doors. Maybe he's not in the master bedroom, but he's in the reading room. The kitchen would do it too. So I'm going to guess that this is that symbol. And we could look for other uses of that symbol to see if maybe the other uses are not quite so don't have that leg in quite the same way. I'm not sure we have any more uses of that symbol. Well, there is another use of it here. In this use, there's still that angle up, but it's very short. Almost as if maybe you could make the case that instead of going from the entrance hall to the master bedroom or from the entrance hall to the kitchen, maybe if we read it as going from the corner of the entrance room, maybe he was standing outside the entrance hall and he went from the corner there, then you would get that like that. So I think because it's so obviously important, the way it's showing us these paths, and because it's so close to that symbol, that our best bet is that it's going to be that symbol. Kurt says, it says the wind swept open my doors. Do some rooms have multiple sets of doors or double doors or single doors? Well, part of the problem is that you can't trace the actual paths, but yeah, I mean, if we look at the master chamber, I mean, it looks like it might have doors here, or if he was in the master studio, maybe he was talking about this door, master study. We assumed he was in the master chamber, which would give us a line like, there's the entranceway here. He's in the study, it would be this door. If he had to come by the stairs, it would be this sharper line here. So, I mean, it's very odd to be using these doors as a location instead of the room he was in. And he didn't see the ghost there. He just had his windows blown open. So I really feel like this part is almost like a bug. In fact, you could make a very convincing case that we have no information other than it starting in the entrance hall. And then this would be our symbol, which is very close to this symbol. It's just a shame that the game didn't have some clearer explanation for this leg. Either way, I think it makes sense to jump to the conclusion that the floor plans are indeed about this one last symbol, well, one of two last symbols that we can't find, which is this one here. However, we still don't know what word is made out by this sixth set of letters. We still have to work on that tonight. But I believe I've brought us up, taken an hour, recapped where we are, summarized the puzzles and the last two puzzles that we struggled with. So we've got two things to solve before we get this contract worked out. We have to find the floor plan word, presumably from these 6 letters. And we have to find this one that we've not seen before. So if I had to guess, I would guess that this is going to be either on the tarot cards, probably, that we've overlooked, or it's going to be somewhere in the diary, or it's the key missing piece that we're not meant to have decoded yet. So 3 possible hypotheses about that. But it's time for us to take a break. When we come back, we'll start getting into new territory and discuss where we should try to attack this puzzle next. And I'll spend some time looking in the chat. So if you have some questions I haven't addressed or some theories I haven't talked about, you can put them in the chat over the break and we'll catch up. And I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. I want us to appreciate, as we go to solve these last final pieces, a couple of things. And then after I'm done with this, I'll check in with the chat and we'll try to catch up. First of all, it seems like part of the function of this channel is to investigate the psychology of frustration. And one of the things, I have a very low threshold before I get frustrated. This channel has seen some of it, but not the worst of it by far. And it's clear that some of frustration has to do with expectations. You expect to be able to solve something in a minute and it's taking you a half hour and you get very angry. We should remember that we're solving this game in 5 sessions with no breaks other than overnight to think about it. And this is a parcel that the demon has given us a year to work on, and we're trying to solve it in a week. So we should be a little easy on ourselves, not get frustrated that we can't solve it all in one day. If the demon is watching us, he'd probably be like, "What? Calm down, guys. Slow down. You got a whole year." So I think we're making pretty good progress. And from 1692 to 2023, no one solved it, given their full years, including the guy who made a patent for life-preserving thing out of nettles. So I think we're doing pretty well. We should remember just to relax. In the old days, we used to play adventure games. It would take us a month to figure things out and talk to people. There was no internet. We had to look up Bell Book and Candle, find someone in real life that knew what some of these terms meant. So let's just chill out, not be so hard on ourselves. The second thing that I'm loving about this is this meta solution dilemma, that we've got this demon contract that feels like we have to get the ingredients right. Like we have to figure out the spell from this. And that even when we've solved the puzzles to get the symbols, and we have some doubts about a couple of them, it reminds me of the Ninth Gate movie, which I highly recommend. But I love the idea that we're working to figure out this contract translation into demon language or whatever it is, and we don't know what to do with it. And in some sense, if we knew what to do with it, it would help us constrain our guesses for whether this really is ring and whether this really is take. And so maybe we'll spend a little bit more time trying to make sense of this contract and how you would break the cycle. Because these look like lots of lines. Can you ask where you would sever it that would break the cycle? I'm not sure logically in this connected graph there is any one place you could sever it to break a cycle. So I'm not sure what that really means. I mean, this is the one point that is shared, but it's not all clear, and we don't really know what these big circles and small circles mean. We don't know how to read it, but it does feel like a real, like if you had to dream up what a sort of supernatural demon contract would look like, this looks like it. Okay, so let's take a look at the chat and catch up and share some thoughts here. DJ Moneycut says, we sent an email to Sean and he sent us back this chart and told us to solve it. So is it as simple as emailing him back a list of all the code words? I really don't think so. Sean's email to us seemed very definitively, this is the last I got, you're on your own, I can't do anything more for you. So we could try to email him back and say, hey, we figured something out, but Sean made his choice years ago, so it didn't feel like Sean wanted to be involved anymore to me. Stacy says, looking at the tarot cards, truth or presence, but it's a stretch. Also the help in the journal, the other seems so clear. So Stacy is talking about where we might find this extra symbol, this Z. It kind of looks like it's in the help, and Stacy is saying maybe it's also in the truth or presence card. I mean, yeah, in this card, there were a couple of cards where we thought we kind of saw Z's, but not really. Like this area here, we noticed this kind of looks like a Z, although it's angled. All right, so that's Stacy's comment. Matt says we may have the floor plan symbol, but no word to go with it yet, right? Yes. And then Stacy says, or Delia says, we found a word yesterday, but I don't want to influence you, so I will not write it here. The group did find a way to change these letters into a 6-letter word by going on a website essentially and saying, do a Caesar cipher shift of these letters and brute force it every possible combination until you get something that makes sense. They did get a word, but that feels like not right to me. I mean, it could be the right answer, but we would need a reason to really try to shift it that amount. Perry says the Z figure that in that diagram is asymmetric to the rest of it. That may be the key in breaking it. So Perry is talking about this Z. All of the others seem to be right side up. Like there is an orientation for these. For example, like book looks similar to this one, but it's always shown this right side up. So it would suggest to us that this is the right side up. It looks like a Z with a little curve, and then there's a little tail here that might be significant or not. We might make another look through the book, or maybe we could even look at the tree. Or we might even try to reason it out with this. Soul messenger, take the soul of the messenger. You might expect this might be suicide. Like those are the kinds of things we would be looking for here, right? Death, something like that. But we're going to have to make a search through things looking for this symbol again. Kurt, Stacy says the demon takes the soul of the recipient's loved ones. That's my thought. Perry says that might be why we can't find that symbol. Kurt says the bottom part has separate connected to both ring and book, then release in the middle of it. Maybe separate the ring and the book is the release from the contract. And Tina says, Kurt, interesting idea. I'll tell you what I thought it was going to say. I thought it was, remember, ring is the new word we've found. I thought what we were going to find is that the way you break the cycle is you break apart the book. And looking at this book, I was noticing that the front and back burlap thing kind of looks like it's either was just used to tape it to the book, but I was wondering, I've been peeling this off, like, is there an extra bit of writing on here or something? And was the way to break the contract going to have to do with taking the covers off, breaking this cover off? So I was thinking that might be here, but if this is thinking about it now a little more logically, so I thought this might have something to do with like separate the book from the cover. Separate the book. I thought this might say cover rather than ring. But on the other hand, why would the demon contract tell you how to break it? So I don't know about that. Back with the chat. DJ Moneycut says, we're calling it a Z, but it almost looks like an hourglass to me. I think hourglass has been mentioned somewhere. Yes, sanded and hourglass has been mentioned, but I don't see how you can get the hourglass without this being connected down here. Feels like that would be connected if it was really trying to be hourglass. All of the other symbols are very abstract. So I don't think there's much hope in finding something that it means. By the way, let me recommend a cool book for you that I discovered in my father's library decades ago. it was a book called The Symbol Formation Handbook. And it had to do with all, like, how would you map a weird symbol to some meaning? And there's some fascinating history about in neuroscience and neuropsychology and the importance in human reasoning of analogy, and how you can map from, like, synesthesists can map from colors to numbers to sounds, and that being a key part of human cognition, being able to map from one domain to another. And you could imagine you could sit people down with these symbols and ask them to say, does this word mean sharp or soft? Like, people would agree on some things, like the S is going to be soft and this is going to be sharp. Or you could say which is loud and which is soft, and people would come to some general agreement even without knowing why. But that's a little side discussion here. Let me see what else we got. Maybe we should check the video where the Z symbol appeared, see if we can figure something out. Okay, that's a good point. The Z symbol, and we've got a Z here, although it looked more like a Z in the video. There's some question, is there a ring in the book? One thing I did do off camera that I didn't show you is I tapped around here to see, is this possibly hollow? But there's no hollowness in the front or back. Like, I can press down. There's no, it would be a cool idea that something could be hidden inside this if it was hollowed out, but there's really no hope of that. This is very solid. There's not a container in there unless it's done super well. Delia says, what about the rings that hold the pages together? Are there any? Well, there are knotted knots tying these pages together. Let's not rule out the idea that the game could be telling us a solution that doesn't do anything physically, but is just thematically. Like, it wouldn't be crazy to get a game that said the way you break the curse is you burn all the pages. Now, that's not going to reveal anything, but it may break the curse thematically. So it might be that the game tells us the way you break the curse in the end is to take the books, the covers off the books and burn them. We don't know. We shouldn't expect something to be revealed when we do it. It may just be thematically, this is how you break it. The rings on the paper, but again, breaking them, how would that give us info? Yeah, there still has to be some way to get us access to another website of some sort to give us the conclusion. Website or email or phone number or something. And there certainly are rings on the paper, Anna's pointing out. So it could very well be that somehow, of course, we don't know this. We have no reason to think that, well, maybe this is, we don't know who wrote this. I've been calling this the demon contract, but maybe this is a diagram of how it works drawn by the witch or someone. And maybe the demon has ripped it out of this book because he doesn't want people to figure it out. So maybe this isn't the demon contract, but a diagram of how it works. And by studying it, we can figure out how to break it. That's a good idea. I think that's smart to not think of this as the demon contract per se. In fact, is it possible that this contract is like this goes to here, this goes to here, this goes to here, this goes to here? I was just trying to think, is this an outline of this? But I like the idea of not thinking of this as the demon contract, this sheet, but maybe someone's figuring out how to break it. Or figuring out how it works, which will help us figure out how to break it. The other logical thing would be that we could make a sentence with this somehow. Like if you took the first letter D, L, S, T, R, E, like you could get an anagram which might spell out something that we're supposed to do or something. It would make sense if by filling this out, we got the solution to something. One possibility is we fill this out and then we use some logic to tell us what to do, how to break the cycle, etc. But the other possibility is that mechanically, once we fill it out, we get a word or phrase. Where was inaction from? Inaction here was one of our tarot cards. There's inaction. So we know you have to take a loved one, an offering from a loved one to trigger and the recipient takes an offering and chooses a loved one. And if you do inaction, we don't know what happens. Nothing happens. But if the recipient takes an offering and a loved one, then it goes to the next step, maybe, where you lose your soul. You take the soul of the messenger? We don't know what this symbol means. And then, again, recipient. Here, recipient, and then here, recipient. And this is what you're sort of... Don't forget, we've got suicide of the recipient. Somehow the loved one gets brought back to life by taking the soul of the recipient. So the recipient does this, makes an offering related to a loved one, and then gives up their soul. And the loved one comes back. Then but it's the recipient that writes in the book. Not clear. Okay. Let us now just spend a moment looking at the puzzles that remain. Because there are a couple more puzzles other than that last symbol. So let's see. We've got two symbols that we don't know how to figure out. One is, we think, from the floor plan letters. The other one, we don't know where to find it. I think we might take another pass through the tarot or the diary to try to find it. Or it may be that this is the missing thing, that once you figure out, you break everything, you break the cycle, and we're going to get this in some other stage. But before we conclude all that, let's remember, we have some more things we don't understand. We don't understand how to do this. This looks like it was produced after the parcel. So is this related to hints? Is this an after-the-fact extra puzzle, or is this a key piece of how you solve it? Is this a website that you use to put in the final solution? We don't know. But probably it's not a middle puzzle. Probably it's either the final place you go to put in your final solution, or it's unrelated. So there's that. in the book, on page 42, there's also this weird thing. That I'm not 100% sure about. Where is it? Here. Now, this looks like it's a grid, like it might be used to decode something. And then next to it, someone has written, does anyone know what the fuck this is? Nope. Does anyone know WTF this is? This, like, maybe this is a clue that these are like little not acronyms, abbreviations, shorthands. Now, my immediate reading is that this comment is about this, which is a clue that this is a bit of a puzzle. But then I have recently at least considered the idea that this is not a puzzle and that this question is about this. What does the channel think? What's the gut feeling from the channel? Is this a puzzle? Is this a message? Is this question related to this and cluing us in that this is a puzzle, or is this comment about this and is therefore cluing us in that this isn't a puzzle? I'd like to hear the channel's thoughts on this. Oops. And Tina says there's no symbol here, it's not a puzzle. DJ Moneycut says the only thing that makes me think it is something is the way it was transcribed on the website. Yeah, it was transcribed on the website, right, like this. This thing right here. Does anyone know what this is? Nope. It's not a regular grid with the same number of letters in each row, so that troubles me a bit. I thought it might be like take the first letter of each word, I, N, T, A, L, T, W, H, T, M, A, T, I, C. Then you get I, N, T, A, L, T, W, H, T, A, T, I, C. Doesn't seem right. Okay, there's that. On page 42 is a mystical phrase. Now, this seems more likely to me to be important. Because it's explicitly what she's saying to do. She says, here's what I want you to do, my husband, right? She says, find the tree they hung me. Bring a knife, carve into it, and then take an item of importance, a ring. Bring these pages as a symbol of my own self. When the carving is complete, seed it with your blood and repeat this phrase. And here's the phrase spelled out in the transcript. And then she says, repeat this phrase. Don't stop until it happens. Keep repeating it. This sounds like one of these things where when you read it, you realize you're phonetically saying something. So we were wondering what this is. And it makes me think that if we say this out loud, does it phonetically sound like something? Nalato morak, Nalatoromak, Nalatomak, Nalatumor. So this feels like it is saying something if we do it phonetically. Stacy and Antina are having a discussion privately in our chat about being right about something important. But apparently we're not involved in it. Okay. So that is another mystery. This one feels like, of all of these, this one feels like it could be something. And Stacy and Tina are breaking some rules, trying to solve something on their own, and they've apparently done it without us. And Tina says, Jesse, you never listened to me, so I talked to Stacy. All right. Going back through the, it's a full blown revolt here in the channel. All right, and then on page 40 we have this, which looks like help, but we've discussed how there's this line here. I think it feels more like this is just part of the tree shining through. So probably this one's nothing, but it could be. Don't see any special ink. That's the numbers in the pamphlet. Then we have the transcript of the cassette that is long, and I'm tempted to look it up because look, don't forget, remember she said, let me add these up, 20, 13, 12, 16, that's 61, so 7. Remember she's doing her tarot cards. So she added up the cards she got, which are not the same as our tarot cards, and then she added up the digits and she got 7, which gave us the Chariot, her last card. We don't have numbers for our cards. And I'm curious about that there might be something on the tape, just because so many people, and including when we finally talked to Anne, she kept saying, no one listens, listen to the tape. It makes me feel like there's something more going on here. Here's a part where we hear Alice Parker, the originator of all this talk. She said, had you not worried over my soul, we might yet be together if fate hadn't dealt us such a blow. But no, it was not fate, but that horrible Mary Warren. She would have hung. The demon should have taken her soul, not yours, not mine. We did not deserve this. And then in the end, she drinks something. I think she might be committing suicide. The demon comes and she says, okay, I changed my mind. Go ahead, take it. I haven't decided yet. My year is up. Then she says, finally, just bring him back. Take it and bring him back. Then we've got some articles about the guy that we found on the island, which we think we make sense of. This does give us a little bit of insight into the bargain, though, because this woman seems to have gotten her husband back. She seems to be fine afterwards, so I'm not sure. And then this was a little message by the guy who got lost on the island. I think we made sense of what he was writing. He's basically writing in his diary after he landed. And he's saying, maybe someone's still looking for me. Basically, if we don't meet up again, I'll see you in the afterlife or something. But we know he did come back, maybe because the woman made this deal with him. if we're trying to understand the letters in the floor plan and how they make a word, this could be important for us. This is the report that we found on the website about that guy who died in the floor plan house. And his son has come back to discover his father is missing, but bloody odor seems clear that the father committed suicide in this house, and his body is missing. And this describes that, and then shows us a photograph of where they think the body might have been left after he committed suicide. And here it says, "Take me." Another 6 letters. So we were thinking maybe this has to do with our 6 letters in our floor plan letters. And then we have a printout of the ledger because it's slightly different than our version. So that's a recap of all the mysteries for us. The only one we strictly know to work on is this one. Although we could try looking for that symbol somewhere. So what should we do? I'm trying not to pay too much attention to the fact that Stacy and Antina seem to have solved the whole game while we've been doing this. So what should we do? All right, let's page through the diary and look for the Z symbol. Fight with passion, she tells her husband. She's almost dead here. Here's our last page. They're about to hang her. All right, so let's look. Any sign of the Z symbol in here? Remember, we're looking for this, although this could be the piece we never get told until the end, so it may not be possible for us to find that. We don't know. It would seem logical that we could find it, though. So we remarked how this kind of looks like a Z, but it's got a cross line through it, very wrong. Right? It's not the Z line we want. The Z line we want is a very stereotyped line from the bottom right of the Z up through the middle. This is not that at all. So I don't think so. Then it's her weird saying. If someone is good at those phonetic stuff, I would love to hear if you can make sense. If you think, like it says, keep repeating it until it happens. If you can phonetically make sense of this, please speak up. Or backwards, I don't see anything. Maybe it's a Caesar cipher shift. We might try to do that, but I don't know that we have any clue about how to shift it. It does look like these would be lengths of English words. could put it in a generic Caesar cipher shift brute forcer to see if it comes up with anything. Okay. The chat says, look at this. Look at this rebellion. We found the Z symbol. This is not how this channel works. It's not supposed to be the channel figuring these things out on their own. All right, well, let's just, let's keep going here. We'll deal with this in a second. Let's keep looking for our Z. We're at least doing the thing that they're talking about. Okay, now there is no Z here, is there? No. There's no alternate solution here that gives us a Z. I did notice that there were some bolded letters that looked like here, but not really. Okay, let's keep going. There's that cross symbol, but it seems like it's not a puzzle. Stacy says, Jesse, do you have a tape recorder? Not easily accessible. So there is our Z again. But we don't have any belief that these symbols in general have a meaning. Like you can't track this symbol to this meaning, this symbol to this meaning, because we know what these mean, some of them, and we know there's no indication here. We just used it to get one word here, demon, which is on this line. It doesn't feel to me like we've got any other way to get information on these other symbols, except to get just a confirmation that this is what this Z looks like. All right. Well, this is kind of a Z. This is a Z in a weird way. But if you drew a line through it, you might get this 4. But we decrypted this puzzle to mean off 4 ring is that symbol. So it would be unusual to have this repeated. We don't know what this says, and the book doesn't really decode either of these 2 pages. I wonder if we think we could. Sitting here, so the online Sean has decoded most of this, but not this. Sitting here in something, I could not. Didn't know something to go with. And then it continues here. In fact, it looks like it's actually written across both pages. And it continues, like lines continue like this. Can anyone make out that text any better? Then we've got a blank page here. Okay. So we didn't see any Z there. I guess we could go through the tarot cards and look for more Z's, or we could try to make sense of the puzzle with the letters on the floor plan. Another question we had is to make sense of the names with the marks. You might imagine that if we wrote down all the names with the marks, we might get some information. R.S. Schwab, Molly Warren, Cecilia Mays, something Pierce, Charlie Werner, Viewer Cross, Shannon Miller, Anna Rothman, Brian Boyle. Custodian of record is the messenger. So one thing to keep in mind is the messenger may be the demon. Like this person who's been tracking it from 1692, same handwriting, is someone who's living forever and is running all this. So maybe we should think of the messenger as this sort of demon creature. Let's look for the Z again here, although even if we find it, like we could at least consider what words it would be. We've already found one symbol in Messenger, so it's probably not going to be any of the ones we already found. But it could be in some of the others. I mean, there looks almost like a Z, but it doesn't have that crossover on it. So I don't think that's our letter. And maybe we should use this to give us some insight. Messenger take soul. Messenger take soul. What would this be? Truth? It's hard to see why truth would fit in there. Nobility, that doesn't seem like it would be right, although we have pointed out how it kind of looks like there might be a Z in there, but not really. It has occurred to me that we should look at the backs of these cards. Any Z in here? Not really. This is a weird one. Servant would be a good word to put in the symbols. Fortitude wouldn't. See, there's a little X here. There's things in the corners of some of these. And X, there's our Scorpio. Our scorpion right there. This is a haunting little image here of the baby falling out of the cart. I don't know why sun would be in our symbols though. And then lastly, logic. Looks like if someone negotiating with a demon. So if that's our demon, then this is kind of intriguing that it could be the word logic. But where would our Z be? Somewhere hidden in her dress. If it is, I don't see it. Look at that scary old demon she's arguing with. Well, no Z's found, but what about these backs? Are they all the same? And might there be some symbol on the back of one of these? On first glance, they sure look all the same. Assuming they're all the same, get a close-up of one of them. See if we see anything in there. But what would we get out of it? We don't have a word for a symbol. Even if we found a symbol, what word would we use? I don't know. You could imagine some kind of Morse code if we see dots and dashes, which we do have around the sides here, but they don't seem to be in any irregular pattern that would give us a Morse code symbol. All right, let's check in with the chat here. Jesse, do you have a tape recorder? If you read, Delia says, if you read the first page of the book again, you'll see that Alice says she sees Bullock's dark eyes. Charlie Bullock is in the log for 2011, and nobility is misspelled. It was written nobility. Anna says, maybe the messenger is John who chanted the spell. Now he's cursed to do this job forever. And Anne realized this too late, and that's why she tried to write over the instructions, don't do this. And then Stacy says, how inconvenient is the tape recorder? The website has the audio that's on the tape. For what reason would we need to play this? It would seem very counterintuitive that the game would need you to actually physically play the tape and that it wouldn't be on the website audio. Is it possible we stopped the audio too soon? I am very intrigued about the idea that we have to listen to the audio again, because I've picked up that that woman kept screaming, "No one listens, no one listens." But surely the audio on the website version is good enough. Are you really saying that without a tape, the audio version on the website is not sufficient to hear what we have to hear? I don't know how I feel about this conversation we're having here. It feels weird. Like, instead of trying to solve it, we're having this discussion, uh, or having multiple discussions here. Uh, why don't we take a break now and decide how we're going to proceed on this? I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, well, I've just spent the last 10 minutes looking for a cassette player because I've been convinced that it's needed, but I can't find one. I probably should have been looking for one overnight in case, but I'm not going to be able to find it in today's stream. So let's catch up on the chat, and then we're going to have to do something different here because I can feel unpleasantness. Okay, so I don't think you, Jonathan says, I don't think you need a cassette player to find the Z symbol itself, but I could be wrong. And Tina says, yes, Jonathan, but then to associate it with a word, you need one. John says, to be fair to Jesse, I think he briefly tried what I believe and Tina's solution is before, but just didn't stick with it long enough. Could be misremembering. And Tina says, wasn't watching, so I can't say. Stacy says, it's a little difficult if you don't have the physical game. Okay, we're gonna step outside this game for a second and have a talk. After 5 sessions, I'm getting a little testy, I can see. So let's slow down. We've worked a lot on these puzzles. There's always a little bit of a struggle over when to take a hint, whatever. So we're going to stop for a second and we're all going to get on the same page. And the way we're going to do that is Stacy and Tina are going to tell us what they figured out. And we'll just accept that we couldn't get there. We're going to take it as a hint. Let's just get up to the same page. We've worked enough on this. Explain to me what the deal is with the cassette, that you need the physical stuff other than just listening to us. Walk us through it in the most gentle way to get us all on the same page. That's the way to go here. Get the cassette. Okay, I've got the cassette in front of me. Here it is. Okay. Pencil plus cassette plus tape. Okay, well, I can certainly get a pencil or something close to it. I guess that's gonna, maybe that won't turn it. Do we need a physical pencil that's angled? Here, this is gonna do the same thing. Okay, got it. Pencil plus cassette plus tape. I mean, we do have this tape. Someone suggested that there could be something to do with the tape, but I don't see it. Okay. I did rewind the tape fully at some point. Okay. Look at the open slots. The open slots, you mean these slots? Wind the tape. Okay, when you say wind the tape, it's wound. Do you mean wind this tape? You think there's going to be some writing? Is that what's going to be? Is there going to be some writing on the black of the tape somewhere? Someone had that idea. At some point, you think there's going to be some writing at the end of the tape? Is that what it is? Stacy says stop, and Tina says yes. So you think there's going to be some writing on the tape. All right, I'm going backwards to the beginning. Okay, there's a little bit of leader. Okay, so if we go to the very beginning. Okay, there we are at the beginning. So I guess, all right, the channel says stop now. So let's think about, okay. Go slow. Okay, let's do it slowly. So keep in mind I'm here. So I'm fully rewound on this side. All right, so if we go here, all right, so I'm moving the tape slowly. I don't know why we would need a tape player for this. There is a little bit of a white part here. Okay, so I see this white part. I'm gonna keep it here to check up on the chat. All right, stop, says the channel. It's white, stop. Okay, here it is. I'm stopped. No, there's nothing on it. But it could be on the other side of the tape. Yeah, it could be on the whole other side of it at the end, because this is at the beginning. We haven't played it. All right, let's keep going and watch it together. I'm just going to keep rewinding. Maybe it was one of the staticky parts. All right, it's moving. You might not be able to see it, but it's moving. Let's keep going until we see it. There was some static a couple times while we were listening to it. Boy, the effort to record this, if it's true. All right, so let me just show you where we are. We still have quite a while till we get to the other end. Let's keep moving in. You can see it's turning. We got quite a whiles to go till we get to the end. It is spinning. You can see it in the big spool from the back when I turn it. Let's see, can you? Yes, I can see there's a little thing there. That's probably what we're aiming for. Nicholas said, there was a point where the recording said stop the tape. It isn't in the transcript. I absolutely remember when we saw that, and we remarked at it. We remarked when it said stop the tape, and we actually paused the audio playback and wondered about it, and wondered whether we should continue, because we were nervous about it. It feels like when they made the digital version of this, they seem to be clearly saying you don't need a cassette player. But maybe it would have been better for them to be like in the audio, for them to remark like something's weird about the tape, some clue to send you to the physical tape. All right, let's keep going. We still got a while to go. Just gonna sort of try to do it quickly, I guess. Certainly would be easier to fast forward if we had a physical, but we'll get there. You can hear it, it's going. A note in the journal about the tape being weird would have also given us enough of a clue. Yeah, something. Some suggestion that the tape is malfunctioning. Oh, we're slowly getting there. They're really making us work for it. Oh, let's see what this is. And then, and Nicholas saying some other stuff about side B, side A. Let's just get to this first. We'll go on our next steps afterwards. So I'm starting to think that what you're suggesting is that on one side of the tape, we'll hear one thing. We'll see the symbol. On the other side, we'll hear the word that goes with that symbol. So that even when we see this, we're not going to know what word it is unless we can line it up with what audio plays at this point. So that's going to be a separate challenge, but let's do one thing at a time. We're almost there, I can see. Can you see? We're almost where that white thing is. Maybe we can do it this way so you can see, but I hate to do it and miss it. Oh, we're almost there. This is good that you're actually having to sit through this because it shows how unreasonable it is to expect people to do this without a cassette player. But we're looking for that little white thing. On the other hand, if you're fighting for your life against a demon, maybe it's not too unrealistic to expect you would invest in a tape recorder. I wish I had been able to find one. I mean, given overnight, I can find one. I have someone somewhere, but too late for us. Let's see if we can do this. Should be coming to it soon. Yeah, we gotta be coming to it very shortly. Can kind of see it almost. Very soon now. You can't see it, but there we go. Okay, here we go. Oh, yeah. All right, here it comes. Well, okay. There's our Z. Now, so we've got a Z, but what's interesting is, okay, first let's see right side up. This is the right side up. So the question is, what do we do with this now? You might expect it's the word after this. So we're almost at the end of side A. But this is obviously not going to generate a sound when played through the tape player. So a question would be, what do we get from that Z? I mean, the Z, you could translate the Z to mean the tape player, but probably it's some word in the transcript. Let's go to our transcript and see if we can find out where that would have been, or if there's anything related to that. So let's look at our transcript for a second. So I'm sure Entine and Stacy have worked this out, but let's work on this for a little bit, and then let's try to get all on the same page. So here she is in her transcript. We know this is near the end of side A. But do we know where side A is? No. And in the transcript, is there any sense of stop the tape? Let's go to our audio. All right, let's go to our audio for a second. Let's see what we're dealing with here. Okay, so you can see this now. Cassette. Recording side A. No, this is the bad one, huh? Okay, let's see.
I've been sifting through the objects in this
13 minutes in. So it's a 13 and 11 minute tape. And then somewhere it says stop the tape.
Where are you?
It says stop the tape.
Over the last few weeks, I've made several attempts with the spirit board, but I haven't been able to make any contact. I decided to take a break from.
Sorry, you were hearing the system audio
Do
briefly
something
there.
more passive, more modern. I gathered some of Ben's things to help draw his spirit and tune to an empty radio station. I'll spend some time listening to the static, looking for any message he might be trying to send me.
Stop the tape.
So at 11:05 in side A, she says, "Stop the tape." Let's get this exactly right. 11:05, huh? 11:05 of the 13:11. Oh, guys, please give us a break, huh?
Stop the tape.
11:03. At 11:03 of side A, she says, "Stop the tape." Is that supposed to be where the Z is? We don't know, and we don't know why she says that. All right, let's keep listening to what she says after that. Well, lots of silence and then static again. And then it ends at 13:11. Okay. So we don't know if that's when the Z was, the Z on the cassette. We don't know if that's when she said stop the tape. You could, I see. So I guess if you had a physical cassette, you might actually try pulling this tape off this spot and then listening to what was played underneath it. But without that ability to listen to what's underneath this, are we not going to be able to get that word? We could figure out what's on the other side of it at that time. If we listen to side B, if it's also 13:11, 13:11 minus 11:03 is going to be 2 minutes and 8 seconds into side B, would be at the same spot that we are 11 minutes and 3 seconds. Is that right? No. 13:03 into side A. 13:11. 3. Is that 2 minutes and 8 seconds into side B would be the equivalent? Yes. So we could ask ourselves, what is 2 minutes and 8 seconds into side B if we were curious about the other side? But I suppose we'll listen to it. But it feels like we should want to listen to what's underneath the tape. Okay, well, let's listen to it. I'm starting at 126. We're looking for 208, I think. I guess it's promising that there's silence here on side B. All right, here we go. We're approaching our time.
Initial.
Initial, it says. All right, so we actually did, I believe it says initial. We did write this down in our notes, that weird word, when we were listening to it. We just didn't have any context to it. Something else just jumped out at me too. Somewhere we wrote down notes while we were listening to this, and we wrote down what the demon said. All right, well, at least we got the At least we figured this out. Okay. So we heard the initial when we were listening to the tape. We noted it did feel very weird to us. The fact that it's exactly opposite the Z sounds very promising. I wonder if on the actual audio it is the thing under the Z, or it really is just that you flip the tape around. Okay, well, that was pretty painful. I do appreciate Stacy and Tina not giving us the answer straight away and trying to hint us to it, but okay. So we've got our Z symbol. Okay, and that word is initial, which from the tape. We can talk about how, I mean, it is impressive that they've done it, but I've got some problems with it. But okay. So that seems very definitive, though, that that's what that symbol is. Okay, so let's add this to our thing. Initial. Messenger soul take initial. That does not really help us there. We still have the one more from the floor plans. That doesn't feel like it's really going to help us there. I do want to point something out, though. Remember that grid of letters? Let me just show you what the first letters look like. I, N, T, A, L. That's a little bit troubling to me. If we just look at the first letter of each word, I-N-T-A-L, is it just a coincidence? Then we've got T-W-H, T-M-A-T-I-C. Like, I don't think that's anything, but it's a little troubling that it's almost initial. Missing the I's. I guess it's not, but boy, that's a little all right. Kurt says that was a really cool puzzle. I mean, well, okay, we'll talk about it later. Mostly I've been thrilled with this game, but that one feels like if the game said you need a cassette player, I guess you don't need it, but that's troublesome. I find that troublesome. But okay, let's worry about that another time. So we've almost got our full translation here, but I don't see how we're going to make sense of it, even if we get our last symbol. But clearly we do need our last symbol. And then we still don't know what to do. But that's the one thing we know to... This might help also explain my focus on the fact that she kept saying, nobody listens, and repeated reference to listening to the tape. So I made a note of that in our to resolve list, that it seemed very glaring that it really was emphasizing listening to the tape. And maybe now we found out why. So it seems to me that the main things we have remaining are these, making a word to go to associate with our last remaining diamond symbol. And then we also have these codes, number codes. And then the last one that really seems glaring to me is the phrase she wants us to repeat. So by my thinking, we have three main puzzles to figure out that seem clearly puzzles to me. The four-plan word, the spell speech, and then the brochure numbers. These two might not be important for us. This one clearly is, though we don't know what to do with it. Whereas these might tell us what to do. Like if we found something that gave us a clue, like, okay, take the first letters of each of these, and that gives you a website address, then we might be able to figure it out even by process of elimination and constraint. So it almost feels like this puzzle of these words, we might even be able to skip if we knew what to do with this. I don't feel like knowing this word is going to click everything into place. So if we could outsmart the system and figure out what we do with these, then we might be able to know what this is about, which might involve solving either of the others, the spell, speech, or the brochure numbers. It wouldn't be crazy that the brochure numbers are where you would put your final answer. Perry says, read the words in the big circle first, then the three small words associated with each circle are instructions for each step. We could look at this for a little while and think about it. So if we read it by size of circles, we get contract, recipient, take, initial, loved one. I guess if we go in order of circle, it'd be contract, initial, loved one, recipient, take, release. It's interesting that it's fairly symmetric down the vertical, except for this. You have to choose whether to make an offering, adding it to this parcel. The offering must possess sentimental value. There's our offering. Must be sentimental value with the recipient and a loved one. It's such an interesting thing here. I mean, look at all these extra circles around this one that we don't see in these. This is really the oddity here. And this is the trickiest little puzzle. And does it mean initial in terms of putting your initials on something, or does it mean initial meaning first? What do you expect? If you've got some logic to this, what do you think this is going to mean? Is there any way to turn this into a phrase? There's no W's. It's not going to spell a website. Let's reply to Sean's email where he sent this to us and see if he'll respond to us. I know some of the people were saying, hey, let's take a look at it. So here is when we got this from Sean. He says, this is all I have left to give you. Decipher this and save us all. So let's just say, so Sean, what do we do when we decipher it? Let's just see if he answers to this. All right, well, we'll see if he comes up with an explanation to that. I'm not holding my breath. Were the dog tags used for anything? No, they weren't, but we did get this person's, find out where they ended up. And in fact, the website looked like it even had a little attempted bug fix for it to suggest that they're not important. Like she has to put something she has to put something sentimental to both her and the person, her loved one, and that's what she put in. So I don't think there's reason to believe that it's a solution to anything. Shall we work on these? Let's see. Let's catch up on the chat. When we checked the tarot cards, did we see letters? I looked at them again, and almost each one of them, there was a letter. So far, I have L-E-T-E-R, but some of them are far-fetched. I don't remember letters on them other than the words of them. We think we can order these. So let's make our list of these again, see if we can work with them. So the first one was here. We've got E, G. In the lower right. And I do notice that the first thing he says is the entrance hall and then the garden. And then it looks like, based on the text, our second set of letters are D, Q. And then the third night letters are X and F. So 6 letters, 3 pairs of 2. We know this is about Rutledge, and we know it's around 1901, in case we want to find something in the diary related to that. I don't think, I mean, this seems very relevant for us if there was something in the diary relevant to this, but I'm not sure, but I think we tried and failed to find something related to this in the diary. I know I tried. I thought there was something initially about it. Where's that grid? Probably not, unless we had some key that this was from that date. That might lock me into thinking it was interacting with it, but I don't, there's no sign that it was. What do you think? And it says, if you have to ask, you clearly haven't deciphered it yet. I'm guessing his answer. Delia says, when we can we look for clues in the police report when we get a chance? Yeah, I think that's a good idea. So with these floor plans, we're given a couple more pieces of evidence that he found. Let me bring it up on the, oh, Sean replied to us. Here was Sean's reply when we asked him what to do. He just sent it back to us again. Well, that's all we're getting from Sean. I'll just say, haha, thanks, in case the demon is watching. Okay, now, so when we got the blueprints of the house, we got Sean found 2 extra files. The first one is this police report. So let's look at it together and look for clues here. Philadelphia Metropolitan Police. Officer, so it's a report by Detective David Egan. Officer David Egan was called to the scene at 1434 Stephenson Drive, approximately 7 a.m. on Friday, October 4th, 1901, by Jacob Rutledge. Upon entering the manor, officer noted the heavy odor of human decomposition and began to search the large estate. During the search, Officer Egan identified many rooms in disarray. Papers strewn about, broken bottles of alcohol, visibly damaged furniture, and the destruction of several gallery paintings. The source of the odor appeared to be in the master chamber room, which was also the most destroyed. Carved into the north wall were the words, "Take me." The carvings appear to have been made using broken glass from a bottle of bourbon and bear found near the carving. Trace amounts of dried blood and and heavy spoiling on the floor below this location show the impression of a human form. The level of odor that has permeated much of the estate indicates that the deceased, assumed to be Mr. Rutledge, has passed away some time ago. Logical determination, suicide. An extensive search of the manor and grounds show that Mr. Rutledge's body has been removed. It is unclear at this time where his body may be recovered, and the one responsible for his removal is unknown. And then here's Jacob Rutledge's account, the son. I haven't seen my father in 34 years. He was a good man, harsh but good. Laughs. We actually spent my evenings as a child dreaming about building this place. And he spent his whole life working for that dream. I never realized that he was doing it for me. I just thought he didn't love me or want me in his life, so I left him. I came back here to reconcile and to tell him that I finally understand. I hope he knew that before he passed away. No, I have no idea where his body could be. Jonathan says, I think we've covered it before, but it's a little odd that we have 6 letters in 3 pairs and then the phrase take me, which can be broken up as T-A-K-E and M-E. That's absolutely true. Take me is very suspicious that it's, again, 6 letters. We can try rewriting that in a couple different ways. Before we do, let's look at that photo. So there is the photo Jonathan is talking about. Photograph taken in the master chamber, now in ruins. This is where the remains were found, and it says, take me, in that corner there. Does it say anything else or show anything else of interest to us? Let's do the thing that we've learned sometimes helps, which is let's write out our information in some different forms that might make it easier to spot some patterns. E.g., DQ, XF. We've ordered these in terms of which floor plan the ghost visited in order. And then we've got this idea that take me is kind of prominently spelled out. And if we put that under these, we'd get like this. We're trying to get a word out of this, out of these letters here. Well, it's clearly not going to anagram to a word, which makes you think it's some sort of cipher. We have seen another puzzle where it was like, what's between these? So like between the E and the G is the letter F. What's between a D and a Q? This seems like a huge long shot, unlikely. But I suppose you could get a 3-letter word out of it. If D is 4 and Q is 17, then What is there a midpoint? 4 plus 7 is 11. 17 minus 7, 10. That's 2 letters in between, so that doesn't work. That doesn't erase. Okay. E, G, D, Q, E, F. Does the order matter? We don't even know. The only part that still that lingers in the back of my mind that concerns me is the idea that there could be a diary page written by this guy that has the second part to this. I don't think there is, but boy, do I worry that, like, what if this thing we can barely make out in the background is like, maybe we can rule it out. This seems to say, what's the year here? Like, we would be looking for something in 1903. What does that say? 1893 or 43. So that's clearly not by our guy. I would just like to make sure there's no mention here. 1963, 1734. Clark. We're looking for Rutledge. Henry Rutledge, I believe. 1971. 2005. 74. Burnett, 1809. Eric. There's the chant. Don't forget me. Christopher. I don't believe the father's name is Christopher. Well, I'm sorry, Henry. I think the father's name might be Henry. That's not that. Claire, 1996. BB, 1929. E. Sims, that's not our guy Rutledge. Can't tell when that was written, doesn't seem important. All right, so I don't think we've got any diary entries about this. It feels like this should be self-contained. So, as I understand it, one thing that was done in the chat is an attempt to brute force this with the website. So let me see if I can reproduce that. Let's see. That's not what we want. We want bookmarks, mobile bookmarks. Let's see, code breaking tools. Let's see if we've got one of these. If we do Caesar cipher, will it brute force it? Auto solve without key. Okay, if we assumed it was a Caesar cipher, and we type EG DQ XF, and we click auto solve, what do we get? Okay, so that is not even the solution that others got. Okay, so there's that problem. Let's try another one. It's just got too much. EGDQXF. Decrypt brute force. What do we get here? Nothing. All right. I thought the channel tried it and got something like it has to be ordered DQEGXF. But that doesn't make sense because that's not the order it came in. The order when the packet arrives starts at EG, DQEF. Okay, so that seems like this is the wrong approach, but I don't understand what DJ Moneycut is saying. Clearly, we're not putting these in random orders if it is something that's to be ordered. So it's not. So I don't know what that comment means. Top floor, middle floor, basement. I see that's how you want to order it, not in order of. Well, okay, that's a fair enough point. If the question is how to order these, one natural way to order them would be in the order that the spirit appears, but you're saying another way to order it would be order it from top floor to middle to ground floor to basement. But then you could just as easily say, well, you should order it from basement up to top floor. And I guess you could say, okay, so one ordering would be EG DQ XF. This is the ordering of the spirits being seen. Another order could be from top to bottom. That would give you DQ EG XF. Another ordering would be from basement to top, would be just as natural as going from top to bottom. That would be XF EG DQ. Yet another reason why trying to brute force a Caesar cipher on 3 different possible orderings would seem a very bad way to design a puzzle. Too many degrees of freedom. This is exactly what makes puzzles bad, in my opinion, when they're bad. But it's time for us to take a break. We'll take a break for 8 minutes. It's wonderful to be taking a break, not at peak frustration. I think I'm just at like a 50% steady level of frustration at this point. I'll take it. We'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're still stuck on this floor plan letters. We're having a little debate in the chat. Stacy and DJ Moneycut came up with the result, came up with the word result by doing brute force Caesar cipher, which is a shift of 14. It doesn't seem natural to me. I still think there has to be some logic to it. And then a logic for ordering the floors to make sense of it. I don't like how there's so many different ordering. Stacy said, I didn't come up with it. I saw it on the stream, and I agree with the answer. So Stacy is convinced it's result, the word result, because she thinks the likelihood of getting a valid word out of it, out of doing a Caesar cipher, is so high against it that if you get one, you've probably got it. I just find that troubling, especially if the Caesar cipher has no basis. Delia tends to agree. She says, I'm up for the word result. And I guess the word result could kind of fit into the contract thing. But then I'd want to look for where we get the 14 from. DJ Moneycut says, the house number was 1434. The dad was gone for 34 years. Yeah, I mean, but there's also lots of other numbers in there. It's 1901, whatever. I did want to follow up on one theory. We've got some handwriting here. Let's look at this for a second. Here's the handwriting of the letters. And it's in print, and a couple of them are sort of stereotyped. The Q is a very strange way to write a Q with such a tiny little diagonal line. The G is fairly stereotyped. And then we've got the drawing here, which says take me, but does it say take me? It kind of looks like take MF. Like, that last letter doesn't really look like an E to me. I mean, it's on top of a bunch of other stuff, but it kind of looks like take MF, but maybe he was writing the E when he finally croaked. I don't know. But we do have some more samples of handwriting here, also printed, and I wondered if it's possible to connect that with this grid. So I wondered if we could connect this blueprint to anyone in the book. And we don't have a date for this, but this description does kind of match what happened to Rutledge. I never thought anything like this would happen to me, and then it came to me in the night when I was asleep. I only wish I could save myself, but I don't think that is how it works. Unfortunately, he hasn't used a Q here. That's problematic, because we would need him to use a Q, and we'd like to look it up to see if it matches the handwriting, but I think we kind of would need it if we were thinking that this was something like a Playfair cipher where you have to look up the letters. I mean, the G's are kind of similar, but I mean, that's how a G looks. But it is kind of similar, but I don't know how we would decode it, because there aren't all the letters of the alphabet in here, and most of the ciphers that work with this have you looking up letters, and if a letter isn't in there, I don't know of any cipher that just works like this. And DJ Moneycut says, wouldn't it make more sense to use the handwriting on the writing of the blueprints? Except that this one here is all caps. We don't have too many caps here. Here's a different idea. DQ, but we have some words in here that start with a Q quickly and starts with a D. Let me just see if that's true of all of these. E.g., he actually says entrance hall and garden, which I remarked about. Those are fairly common. But what about X? What's the chance that he uses a word with an X in here? I remember when we made these very plans, we built this place brick by brick, but I lost you to my greed. How I wish you could go back. So no word with an X here. All right, so that doesn't work. I mean, what we could do is say, we've lost a little bit of faith in the designer of this game to make puzzles fair, so that makes it harder to stick with these things. But Stacy is saying, you know, it does make sense if this word was result. But I guess what I would say is, like, it could be worth just penciling this in and then asking ourselves, we're still in the same position. Like, we're in this position we've talked about before, about how we can have this filled out and not know what to do. So even if we got this word, it's not gonna give us the key to the next step. What is our list of major next steps? We wrote it down. There's only really 3. The 4 plan words, the spell speech, and the brochure numbers. So if we guess that this is result, which I am very unhappy about, but let's leave this aside for now. Even so, that doesn't help us figure out what to do next. If I had to guess, I would guess that these numbers here are not going to be key to solving it. Which means either we've missed something, or it's potentially this spell that holds the last key or the next key. Where's her spell? We got it written out to us. Does no one agree with me that this is going to be something we have to figure out? It's not just going to be random. It's not just going to be random. It's got to be something. Is it an acronym? Is it an anagram? Celia says, I'm doing my final double check, but the tarot card says locate letters. The tarot cards spell out locate letters. You think you can see letters in each of these cards that spell out locate letters? Wow, that seems like a stretch to me, but I like the idea. But repeat this phrase. Have we tried putting this into an anagram descrambler? Pretty long phrase to put into an anagram rescrambler. Are there any clues that it doesn't work that way? I mean, the distribution of letters here absolutely is reasonable for an English anagram, except maybe for how many U's there are. There are an awful lot of U's. And an awful small count of E's, but there's lots of A's. It's clearly not a per word anagram. Everyone is broken off onto their own working on this. Can someone try putting this into an anagram descrambler online and see if it comes up with anything? I don't like the number of U's and the small number of E's, but it is within reason. And it does have a good mix of vowels. And there's no letters in there that would really make us suspicious. Like there's no Q's without U's. There's not a bunch of X's. Of course, it could also be a Caesar cipher shift. That might be worth trying as well. And I've already talked about it being phonetically, seems like because it keeps saying to repeat it out loud, it does seem like it would make sense for this to be one of those phonetic things, but I don't see it. And normally the chat is pretty good at this and would have seen it. Shazner says no anagrams, no rotation 13. I don't see any pattern to the splits. It's not split like every 4 letters. That makes you think that the words, that they're words. Like, why do we have long words here and short words here? That would make you think it's something like a substitution cipher or a Caesar cipher. What if we tried just doing this as a pure substitution cipher? In other words, what if, let me just see here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21. We've got 21 symbols. Like if you look at this and you try to make words as a arbitrary substitution cipher, I wonder if you might get lucky. I mean, there aren't that many 2-letter words. In, on, at. I wonder, we could try some arbitrary substitution cipher programs on this. So if this is an arbitrary substitution cipher, where a U always maps to another letter, like U to A, we could try that reverse cipher. I forget what it's called, where the A goes to Z. That's the @bash, I think. But that's probably not going to work because we've got A's that would go to Z's. But if this was an arbitrary substitution cipher, you might expect certain words to come up in her saying, seal it with your blood. You might expect certain words like blood, witch, demon. The longer words, contract. We don't see any word that would be long enough for contract. No double letters in a row to use. DJ Moneycut has a very nice point, which I really like. Let's spend a moment appreciating it. DJ Moneycut says, I don't think any cipher is going to produce words we can pronounce consistently. That's a very nice, subtle point. In case not everyone is following it, what DJ Moneycut is saying, all of these words that she's telling us should be repeated are phonetically reasonable to an English ear. Na, la, tumo, rock, manha, fitak, unra. And DJ Moneycut is saying, you're not going to get, if you just pick the universe of possible ciphers working on letters, you're not going to get that pattern. You're not going to get a pattern like that. Well, that's a very interesting point. If you follow up on that, you might then say, well, then if you're doing that, if that's absolutely true, then you're not going to look for a proper cipher. But maybe that would lead you to think that you should be looking at just the consonants between the vowels or vice versa. So N, L for Nala, T, M, R, K, M, and H. That's a weird position to be in. That doesn't seem like anything. If you just looked at the vowels, you would get A, U, O, A, I, A. That doesn't seem right. Doesn't seem like anything. I mean, that's a fairly convincing case to make that this is not going to be a cipher on letters. Makes you think much more likely that it's some phonetical thing. Or that these are starts of words, N-A. I mean, it could be just nonsense, but why would it? Stacy says, I think it's a foreign language in phonetics, just like the Spanish and Italian, except that it's Alice Parker talking to us. It's Alice Parker's message here, not one of the random people. That's why it seems so important. Like, why would Alice Parker be speaking Hindi? It's not going to be an arbitrary substitution cipher, but it could be a substitution cipher that kept vowels to vowels. What's the channel's gut feeling about Stacy's not sure it's the witch's writing? I don't know. Let's look at it. So she says, "My final night, my love. I'm begging you, when my body will turn lifeless, go under the shadow of night. Bring your knife." Let me zoom in a little bit better. "Bring your knife, carve deeply into it. Forget me, my husband. Take with you an item of importance, your ring. Bring these, don't bring these." And then another handwriting saying, "Don't do this. Bring these pages as a symbol of my own self." Then someone else is writing, "Don't do this, forget me." So she's saying, bring a knife, carve deeply, bring your ring, bring these papers. When the carving is complete, seal it with your blood and repeat this phrase. And then, yeah, you're right. It is a little different handwriting, but here she is. So she's like channeling something or something. "Don't stop until it happens, John. Just keep repeating it. You'll know when." I mean, this handwriting is the same and the writing is the same. So she's saying, repeat this phrase. Then her handwriting changes, but maybe because she's printing. Here she's cursive and here she's printing. It's a good thing he wrote it out for us, because I think otherwise we might have a hard time translating it. Keep repeating it. You'll know when. Zip. I don't know what kind of... I wonder if this is... I want no part of this. I want no part of this. I want no part of this. Take this, I am not well. This will send me over the edge. I can't continue. I will be okay. Will you? Then it says, I don't know what kind of curse this is. Is she talking about this? Is this a curse? But I know what my mama taught me about dark magics. I pray for all our souls and the souls listed here as well, be they real or fake. This isn't some sick prank. This woman was real. Check her out. Alice Parker. This guy thinks it's a prank. So repeat this phrase. All right, it's hard to read here, but Sean has done a good job translating it for us. So we should use his translation. Wouldn't mind having this on its own page here. Well, let's stop for a second. If we were expecting a substitution cipher and we pointed out there should be more E's if it was English, then you might think the U is probably the E, right? If the U is an E because there's so many, then what would the N be? What two-letter word starts with E if that is the E? It seems unlikely, huh? There's a lot of A's. You could get an A going to an E and a U going to an A. And then maybe you would guess that the N would turn to an S or a T or stay an N. If this was an E, those are our most common vowels here are U's and A's. So you would have to guess one of those would turn into an E. If the A turned into an E, you'd need a word with an E and an E. And if the A turns into an E, then you might expect the U could turn into an A or even an I. I tried switching the A's with E's based on letter frequency, didn't get too far with it. Doesn't make much sense story-wise that she would be speaking in a substitution cipher. Fair enough. Makes me wonder is what she says, keep repeating it until you know when. Dawn says, Google Translate works for me at first, then gets off the track. I get drain your blood in Hindi to English. Wonder if there's a bug then. Could the last Ramadan mean Islamic Ramadan? John says, here's an idea in general about ending the game, but I don't like it. What if we were to go back to the cycle ends with you on the first password screen and type the word to break the cycle? That's an interesting idea. I mean, that's a reasonable idea to put in our back pocket, Jonathan. And it will load a different web page than the main site and give us an ending. That's an interesting idea. So Dawn is saying if she puts this in to Google Translate, it starts out by saying drain your blood. And then it goes off the rails. I mean, it could be that this is in some unusual made-up language that's similar to Hindi, and it's not important for us to decode, but boy, it does seem weird that a game focused on Alice Parker going into this trance with this phrase wouldn't be decipherable by us. Does seem like important. Don't stop until it happens. Just keep repeating it. You'll know when. And then maybe they took her off to be killed. All right, well, let's take a break from this puzzle to work on. We've still got a couple others. We've got this one. We're not sure this is a puzzle. This is the part that really makes me think it is. Does anyone know what the fuck this is? When I was asleep, I wish. WW. I'm looking for ways we might get a website or something. Jonathan's theory of putting a new password. Let me just see something. If you go to the website, I want to see how easy it is to have it ask for the password again. So if we go to the main website and we reload it, it still thinks we're logged in. Now, this is a little bit of a flaw with Jonathan, your theory, because it means to force it to ask you for the password, you'd basically have to clear your cache, open up a different browser. But what about end the cycle? Maybe we should watch this video again. But was end the cycle one of the password protected ones, or was it not? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. End the cycle was a video we got access to in the beginning. I think we had access to this the whole time. Let's watch this video. Hold on, I can't.
Listen, I don't have time to explain. So just.
I need to be able to hear this. Stacy says, I think we're done. DJ Moneycut said the same thing. I was thinking too about maybe it's time to poke around the website. Let's watch this video that says to end the cycle, and I believe we had access to it right away. So let's see if this, now watching this again, gives us any clue. It's ridiculousness.
Listen,
Is it too loud?
I don't have time to explain. So just trust me. It was about a year ago, right after. Well, it was about a year ago when I got home and I found this parcel waiting for me at my door. And it's all real. I found out it's all real. And there's what I thought was nothing I could do about it, but I have. I've gathered all of this information to share with you. I'm gonna pass this on with you because you are next in line. So it's very important. Please take a look at everything I've put together. Take a look at everything I've documented on the website here and pay attention to it all. It's up to you to end this. It's all up to you. Otherwise, we could be lost forever. The cycle ends with you.
I'm gonna watch this again. It's titled Pay Attention. This is so ridiculous that this interface doesn't work.
Listen, I don't have time to explain, so just trust me. It was about a year ago, right after. Well, it was about a year ago when I got home and I found this parcel waiting for me at my door. And it's all real. I found out it's all real. And there's what I thought was nothing I could do about it, but I have. I've gathered all of this information to share with you. I'm gonna pass this on with you because you are next in line. So it's very important. Please take a look at everything I've put together. Take a look at everything I've documented on the website here and pay attention to it all. It's up to you to end this. It's all up to you. Otherwise, we could be lost forever. The cycle ends with you.
Lost forever, forever lost. That's what Anne kept saying. Lost forever. Anne Rothman, forever lost. Lost forever, forever lost. Delia says, did he put extra stuff in the parcel? Yeah, I was looking for that too. But we have the list of stuff in the parcel and we didn't see anything missing here. There's his photograph of the parcel. There's our covenant. Why does it say pay attention? We could try watching that last video. He said there were 7 markers. Lost forever. What does that even mean? Lost forever. Forever lost. We could try listening to Anne again, but how are we going to get... Somewhere we have to have instructions. Stacy says, I think we're done. It's time to end the cycle. The email paper with the symbols is complete, right? Well, and Tina says, was there anything on the burlap the journal came, I thought of that. I looked at it. The answer is no. I could not see anything on the burlap. We can look at it together. It does not appear to have anything recognizable on it. No writing, no patterns, just a lot of loose burlap. Just pieces that are ready to tear off. So seems very random. I don't see any signs of any writing. The strings are just 2 strings. Should we watch again what he does? Just made a big mess on the table, that's all. Smash the cassette tape and see if John's ring is hidden around one of the spools. Nothing has required any smashing. I don't see any sign of any ring. There's no ring in there. The poker chip isn't a ring. The book, the only thing we haven't done is rip off this to see that there might be some writing behind it. Sure doesn't look like it, but it's hard to know. The back page has the same issue where it looks like it's been taped down with paper. Stacy says, don't destroy anything. You don't need to destroy anything. Oh. Delia says, if it says separate book, then I think it has something to do with the book. Well, that was my guess. Stacy says, decipher the paper. Stacy has some knowledge from the demon from a year ago that I don't have, but now Stacy is saying do it. I don't know what Stacy is saying do it to because of the delays. Is everyone agreeing with me now? Separate book? That we should rip open the cover of the book? But Stacy was saying decipher the paper. And I was saying a long time ago, felt like it was telling me to separate the book. But now Stacy is saying, what if locate letters refers to some letter in the journal? Now Stacy says, we should try to do this. All right, we're going to try to do this, but we'll take a break first. We'll take a break to see if we should come to our senses. Then maybe we'll open up the back of this book because we don't know what else to do. Although there are numbers still in the brochure to work on. All right, we're going to take an 8-minute break. We'll come back and then maybe we'll go try to separate the book. Stacy is giving us approval for that. So I don't know if that's a hint that the demon said something about it to her. We'll find out when we come back in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We are about to open up this book. I am terrified. I want you all to know that if something happens to me, if a demon shows up, I did enjoy my time here on YouTube and with all of you. And I hope the next one that gets this parcel can come save me if something bad happens. But it feels like the demon should not be visiting me after a week. Like, I'm supposed to have a year to go. So let's turn all the lights back on. Hopefully this demon is not going to come visit me. I am a little nervous. I do have my cat here to help protect me. So if that cat jumps up and gets possessed by a demon, then you'll know what happened to me. All right. Sarah, I need you to wake up. You're looking too scary. You're looking a little scary. You're not going to turn into a demon, are you, Sarah? Oh, that's better. That looks cuter. Okay, here we go. So on the basis of this part here, that we feel like we might be able to break the cycle by separating the book. I don't know why Ring is here. Separate the book and release the ring, the demon. I don't want to release the demon from the book. I don't think the demon is in the book. Okay, here we go. Oh, I got a little bit of chills here. So we have got a front cover and a back cover, which has got some burlap, but there's a little piece of paper. There's no sign of any writing, but we're going to try to see if there's anything under here. Is that something? No, it's just a bit of glue. Tearing off the paper, so I don't think this is anything. I think this is the wrong... I don't think this is anything. Worth a try. Stacy says be careful. Okay, I'm trying to be careful. Don't see any signs of anything. Of course, we've got the back page to do too. There could be something on the other side of this paper, of course. Doesn't seem to be anything. Paper's tearing off a little bit. Don't see any sign of anything. Paper tore quite a bit here. All right, well, there was nothing there. Of course, there could be something in the back of this, but this is taped pretty strongly to this. It's coming off, so that doesn't seem right. But maybe the back. I mean, we're in for a penny. Might as well. Paper's tearing here. Stacy says be careful. There's no way to do this without tearing the paper. So I don't think this is it. Doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to this. I think the demon was tricking us. Paper's tearing. I think the demon tricked me because I don't think there's anything that's happened except I've ruined my book. I'm just tearing this paper. And it's glued very well to the back. There's nothing here. There is... Okay. Okay. There's something written here. There's something written on the other side of the paper, so we may have to get this paper up. Well, let's look at the back. I just saw something, look. On the other side of the paper. Boy, I see. It's not glued in the center here. It's glued at the edge. Okay, let's see if we can... Let's get our knife out. Maybe that was the solution here. All right, so this is exciting. This is kind of exciting. Let's see if we can get this paper detached. All right, gentle, gentle, gentle. Where's my other knife? So I guess the idea here is that the paper is not glued in the center. So maybe if we can detach it at the edges, we can get it off. Gentle, gentle, gentle. Don't get frustrating. Okay, this is working. All right, so we do have a full letter here at the back of this book. Oh my God, how well hidden was that? I tapped around, I felt, I could not feel anything. Wow, that's impressive. I really felt for any sign of any depression in here and couldn't find it. And it actually has been hidden in here with like some wax. All right, so before we read that, let me just see if there's any, if this side has the same thing where there's only glue at one side of it, not in the center. It feels like probably not. It feels like this has been glued all the way. The back was not glued in the center. I'm going to do something here. I'm going to, no, maybe not. I don't think, I mean, I've ruined it if it has, but it feels like this one is all glued. Okay, so this one was clearly not glued in the center, only around the edge. All right, is everyone ready? Get your demon contract negotiation clause out. Everyone take deep breath. A little bit of coffee here. So we're 4.5 hours into this session, our 5th session. So probably about 20 hours into this game. We still have a couple of these we're not 100% sure about. So if this demon comes out and asks us to show him the contract, we might be in a little bit of trouble. But I think this is good. I don't think we need to use this anymore. This was just telling us that we were to separate the book from the ring to release everyone from being lost. All right, here we go. Let's see what it is. This is definitely going to be the ring in here, but let's read what it says. Alice, with my ring and these pages, I seal us together. As my blood drips down, I wonder for who this ritual is conducted. Is it you who requested this? I know not what I do, except that as I recite these words, my only thought is of saving your soul. So he's bound them together, and that has created this curse that's reverberated through the centuries, and we're going to separate them now. And we remember from the story that she was telling him to do it, and then she was saying don't. So maybe the demon wrote the parts about convincing him to do it. Then she says, forgive me, my husband, don't do this. But he did it. He bound them together. And this demon, he let loose some demon. So now we're going to have to free his ring from this. Looks like a sort of a wax seal or something. It's definitely like wax. Whoa, look at this. If I cut myself, my blood is going to be part of this curse. Well, there's his ring. I don't see any writing. I think Is this the end? Have we broken the curse and the cycle because we've separated them? Is there writing on this? I assume that this is the end. We've found the ring and separated it. And ended the cycle. I don't see any writing. Where's my glasses? Let me see if... I guess I could just zoom in with you. We could look at it together. Like a magnifying glass here we got on this. All right, well, I don't see any writing, but I don't think we need any writing. I think we've broken the cycle. Wow, how cool was that? How well hidden was that? I really felt around to look for a cavity. So clever. Real wax seal. So assuming there's no writing on this one, which I think we can be pretty sure of since it seems taped down throughout. The question now is, well, it's a little weird because it seems like therefore we didn't need to fill in all this. We could look at this in light of this to see if it makes sense now. Separate the book from the ring to release them. And that seems to have broken the cycle. The messenger gets the soul of the recipient or of the loved one, something like that. What is the initial? We don't know. DJ Moneycut says, is there anything in the ring hole besides the ring? No. Just the hole. I mean, I could try to open up this, but it doesn't feel like there's anything there. I mean, the book is destroyed now, so I guess there's nothing to be feared for opening this up more. But there's nothing here, no writing. So what do we make? I think we won. We've ended the curse that's been passed down since 1692. No one has found this in 400 years. 350 years. And we did it. We've separated the ring. We've ended the curse that has bound them together. We could now go to the website and look for answers to some of the puzzles that were troublesome for us. But what about this? Delia says, so the tarot card letters that she found made sense. It says locate letter after all. You might be right. We did have to locate the letter at the back of the book. So I don't know how you saw all those letters in there. Where did you see all the letters? I just don't know where you got all the letters from, but maybe we can talk about it later. What do you make of this? And what do you want to do now? Jonathan says, I'm curious about the 4-plan puzzle. I'm curious about this. Stacy seems like Stacy opened up the book at some point and found it. So it sounds like Stacy might be a little bit late. I see, well, not all my lights are on here. There. So Stacy might have been a little bit past the 1-year deadline, but maybe the demon decided to cut people some slack in the 2000s. Stacy, any thoughts about whether this is the hard end or whether we should figure out what this means, or should we go here? What does the group think? We're going to talk about this experience in a little bit. I got a mess to clean up on my table, that's for sure. I'm a little bit worried that the demon didn't get Stacy. Stacy, oh good, Stacy's still here. Stacy says, I don't know how to do the numbers. That's probably like a little bonus thing then maybe, and maybe it'll be on the hints. So what does the group want to do? Do you want to visit this help site and see if we can get some clues about the puzzles we didn't solve? Or that sometimes takes the wind out of our sails. Should we talk about the game first and then go, when we're ready, check out the ending hints? What does the chat want to do? We've separated the book from the ring. We've freed them from being bound together forever in this curse that the demon wanted. We've set them free and set everyone free. Pretty cool. Stacy says, if you are secure with what you did and you think you are complete, go to the hints. I don't like the sound of that. What does that mean? That sounds like the demon is taunting us. Like trying to tell us that it's not complete or something. Well, no, we could use the ring on this. This is an interesting... The ring fits over these guys. Recipient, take, release. It is fits over this, but then again, I printed this out. Normally it came with in an email. If I put the ring on, does anything happen? I'm scared. Stacy says, if you're secure with what you did and you think you're complete, go to the hints. That's what I think always. And then Stacy said, no. That's either Stacy saying no, she's not the demon trying to trick us, or that's the demon saying no, like we melted it. Stacy says it is complete. Okay. So let's take a quick look at this page. If there's a lot to look at, we're going to save it to give our thoughts first, because I don't want to deflate our thoughts too much. I don't want to take too much of the wind out of our sail. So let me open up this page and see what this hints looks like, and then we'll maybe talk about it before we spend too much time on this page. So let's see. We've got parcel hints related to Alice's journal, parcel hints not related to Alice's journal, Sean's video hints, and the final hint, do not view unless you have gone through everything above this point. So I guess that final hint's going to be about getting the ring. Let's just see what these look like. Parcel hints related to Alice's journal. Grid of letters seems important, but I'm unsure. Hey, that's the page 2. Oh, that's the chessboard. Okay. Arrows, bottom right corner. We know that. Circular image with blotches of ink. Let's look at this one. Tap to reveal the first hint. Circular ink blotch looks a lot like the lattice pattern on the golden medallion. Can you align the medallion to the journal image and look through it from above? Try filling in the white space on the journal with the lattice pattern. Can you see the letters? Okay, this is what we did. We did this. We struggled with it. And then the solution was there's a 4-letter word spelled out when medallion is aligned properly. Tap here to see it. So this is what we should have seen when we looked through it, which is the word ring. I see. They wanted that G. They wanted the R and the G to be the whole vertical thing. Boy, that was a rough one. Okay. The musical notes, we got that. Symbols and letters in circles with the $100. We got that. Let me just look at this. Okay, we did all this. Yeah, we did all this. It's best not to move it. Instead, use the column that it points to as your starting location for each position. This is what you guys got. Start at the circle, move outward, following the corresponding, find the symbol first. Don't forget to go back to the pointer each time. That's the part that tricked us up a little bit. After you found the symbol, all 4 letters, it was indeed backwards for take. Okay, good work. Everyone, the people who insisted that were right were right. I was a little doubtful, but okay. Then we've got the 5 children and the map. Different eyes. I think we know all of these well enough. All right, I think we got all of that. Let's see what else. The cassette player. That was tricky for us to do without a cassette. I don't think we would have done that without some help from people in the channel. I have a set of letters that appear to be written from 2 people that were torn apart from each other. That's the plantation letter. We got that. Floor plans. Here we go. What can I learn from this story? Tap to reveal the first hint. Mr. Rutledge received the parcel one evening, immediately began seeing visions of his son. What locations did he mention? An order to them, constructing a timeline. If we follow Mr. Rutledge from location to location, connects his path in straight lines, we might be able to combine the lines across all floors. Okay, so there's no more additional hint from that. You have to just assume that that gives you the diamond. Now, there are 2 letters in the bottom right corner of each floor plan. What am I missing? Okay, I can't wait to see the answer to this. Try placing the floor plans in order by floor so you can see all the letters together. It looks like a cipher. You'll need to find the correct letter substitution. On the first evening, Rutledge finds the parcel at the entrance garden. Here's another garden. Drink in the sitting room. This is just the path. Draw the line segments. Okay, then it says the cipher substitution key is A to M. That was it. It was just a Caesar cipher plus 14, but on no basis for doing that. I don't like that. Okay. It says cipher substitution key. It really should say Caesar cipher, but okay, that's unpleasant. But tarot cards, let's see. First hint is look for viewed all of his videos. The cards you want to pay attention to are those. What you will need will become clear. Why do the videos first? Oh, because he gives us the full chart so we know what we need. Okay, and then this is the passwords. We figured all of those out. Okay, here we go. Final hint. I've gone through all of Sean's videos, filled in all the symbols on the contract he sent me. Is there anything else? Tap here to reach the end. The contract is what binds everyone who received the parcel together. Without your help, it will continue to be delivered and souls will be claimed. The contract does have a release clause, and you can break the curse if you follow it exactly. Tap to reveal the solution. The cluster of symbols at the bottom of the contract contains the words release. Separate ring and book. Have you noticed that John didn't make an offering? Well, maybe he did. The story is about sacrifice. Find John's ring. Okay. And then Stacy was saying, I don't know how we were supposed to know that it was Morse code. I think that one was reasonable. The Morse code, you people figured it out reasonably enough. Which puzzle was that? That was the musical journals. I don't think that needed an explanation, really. Musical notes, I'm not musically inclined. First hint is you don't need to understand music. Try thinking of them as dots and dashes. Yeah, I think that was fine. That was the Morse code. Okay, so if we look at the contract, then this was indeed a contract, and it had a release clause. It had to do with binding these two people's souls, and the demon got them both. And the release clause was if you unbind the initial book from the ring, you break the clause and set everyone free. I don't know what the initial is. Maybe it's just saying the details. The demon needs you to sign your initials on it or something. All right. What we're going to do now is we're going to take a 5-minute break. I hope those of you who have joined me for the last 20 hours will stick around and give me your final thoughts on this game. I really do want to spend some time listening to you, to what you thought of the experience and the game and the puzzles. So I'll see you in 5 minutes and we'll talk about it. Okay, we're back. We have finished The Messenger after about 20 hours of gameplay. It seems some time spent offline between streams talking on the Discord about some of the harder puzzles. This was a real teamwork effort. And I want to hear what you guys think about it. Let's check in with the chat. So we're going to start with Jonathan Warner's summary comments, but I want to hear what the rest of you think as well. Jonathan says, the game did have deluxe production quality. It told a creepy story. My main issue would be that it probably could have been a bit more structured. I think my ideal experience would have been something between this and Hunt the Killer's Blair Witch, where the story is a bit more structured and episodic. DJ Moneycut says, the lack of direction is a problem. We could have gotten to the end without solving a bunch of the puzzles. Jonathan Warner says, it did drag a little towards the end, and it would have been nice if it didn't turn out we didn't really need to decode all the words to complete the game. Okay. Any other thoughts? Let's get out our contract here. Dawn says, there was a real risk at one point that you got to the ring way too early. Well, I did try to peel back that front cover early. It was cleverly designed so that the front cover was more alluring and didn't have anything behind it. So that was clever. I don't know how much thought went into that. And I really tried to feel for a hidden cavity. I mean, I tried hard, and I didn't find one in the front or the back. So that was really well done. That ring was waxed in perfectly flat, and the use of the burlap cover made it impossible to feel through a thin sheet of paper. Jonathan says, the videos were well done, especially the one in the woods. Delia says, I absolutely enjoyed this game. The thoughts and efforts behind all the puzzles were impressive. I was fascinated by the tape puzzle and the music one. The story was intriguing as well. Jonathan says, maybe the story could have been just a bit clearer by the end. Better to leave some mystery than reveal too much. But as Jesse said, we never fully understood the deal with the demon fully. Delia says, made me and my sister put an alarm clock to wake up every day at 5:50 a.m. That never happened before. That's wonderful to hear. Delia, that says a lot about the quality of this game. Delia, are you saying you woke up at 5:50 a.m. to play it with your sister, or you woke up at 5:50 a.m. so that you and your sister could watch this live stream and participate? And who is your sister? Is she not typing? Are you typing for both of you? Okay, while we're waiting, let me give some of my thoughts here. While we look at this contract, first of all, the whole thing, think about the Blair Witch Season 1 box and some of the other boxes we've seen for these giant deluxe games. This entire thing came in a box smaller than the Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes. It cost me $75 or so to have it delivered. That's twice the cost of a Deadbolt Mystery Society box new. Yet the totality of the experience here, played over 20 hours with this book of tons of writing, art, the wax-sealed ring, this collection of aged paper. I mean, these are some of the best looking documents that we've ever seen in this kind of game, this beautiful thing. I mean, this may be, for the cost, the most deluxe experience we've played on this channel, the best bang for your buck in terms of a deluxe prop experience. I don't know how they got these papers to look so realistically aged and feel so fragile. It was very convincing, and it added to the totality of the atmosphere of this game. And everything added to that. The videos, as Jonathan says, were very creepy, very well acted, very well done with some special effects. A wide variety of them. We got audio. We had this tape, cassette tape, that someone had to hand sticker on a thing here. Really an incredibly deluxe set of props, and hard to imagine a better value in terms of comparing it to what else is out there. I think it fit in perfectly with the idea of this, playing this for Halloween. It really did have a creepy story. The woman falsely accused of the witch, and then she's having these episodes that are sort of like, we couldn't tell whether it was traveling in time, and the website took us a while to get to and unlock, and then that opened up a whole new set of ideas. The idea that each video had a password to the next in reverse chronological order. It was a really interesting journey that I really wanted to see the next step each step of the way. And this finale of opening up this book, discovering the ring, setting the two of them free, it really did have a creepy feeling. And so atmosphere, experience, props, value, multimedia, all of that amazing, just purely amazing. And now, before I talk about some of the negative, let me check in again and read some more thoughts here. Jonathan says, majority of puzzles were great, got plenty of them. Would have been nice to have one more video or something extra at the end. Delia says, my sister's in Italy, I'm in Czechoslovakia. We've been in a call together for these streams and watching it together, even discussing the puzzles. I'm typing for both of us. Stacy said, very high quality. Dawn says, the ring and the letter were absolutely cool, but a bit of a shame to destroy this wonderful book. DJ Moneycut says, falsely accused, she definitely was a witch. She cursed people for centuries. Fair enough. I'd like to hear some more thoughts from Stacy in terms of her experience. She had a slightly different experience than the rest of us, because Stacy bought this game a year ago, has played tons of these puzzle games, but this was one that she stalled out on. So I would very much like to hear Stacy's view. Okay. Now let's talk about, there's been some comments here that I completely want to sign on to, agree with. So maybe let me talk about those for a second before I talk about some other things. Jonathan and DJ Moneycut both had a complaint earlier on that Jonathan has repeated here about structure. It's common, we've seen in these kinds of games, and we tend to very much appreciate it, when they're sort of episodic. You sort of get a chunk of information, and then you unlock it, which gives you a chunk more of information. You progress in a sort of structured, episodic thing in multiple acts. We got one of those here where it took us a while to get into the website. And once we got into the website, we got a bunch of different information. But after that, we seem to be free to roam around and explore all this. And I think you could make the case that it might have been better if it was a little more staged into acts. I'm not sure I would mark that as a problem, though. I felt very good about us being able to explore all these different things. There was a suggestion after the first stream that, hey, we should have looked through all the documents first because we read the diary first before we even saw the contract covenant that would have put things in perspective. I didn't mind that. It's sort of like watching the videos in reverse chronological order. It just changes the puzzle, and eventually it all makes sense. So I didn't feel like I was craving things to be more structured into acts. But What I think is fair is that I do agree with DJ Moneycut's point about the ending, because as was pointed out, I was very close to ripping off the cover early on, and I absolutely could have done that. And what's weird is if I had done that and we had discovered the ring, we would have cut it out and we would have got the ring. Let's say 10 hours ago that could have happened. And what would we have done at that point? We wouldn't have known the game was over. We wouldn't have known we've broken the contract and saved the world. And we could have done that before filling this whole thing out. And even after filling this whole thing out, we sort of 6 or 8 hours ago, I talked about the idea, is this telling us to separate the book to release them? I didn't know what this word was. I was speculating, is this cover? Is this going to tell us to separate the book from the cover or something? It was a very weird, odd feeling to not know what to do to end the game, what our goal was, what the solution was, and not know when we got there. And even after we found the ring, dug it up, read the letter, we sort of story-wise felt like, okay, that feels like this is going to be the end, the finale, but no instruction about that. And I really feel like the game would have done well with some last step. Either Sean on the email telling us, hey, contact me when you think you've broken the spell. Like, we needed something to put a little period on this experience to say, you did it. Here's this wonderful thing that's happened now that you've separated these two. We needed something. And it could have been as simple as on the back of this letter, maybe the letter says, once you understand the contract, go to this, look up this thing, go to this website, or here's how to decode this message that tells you what website to go to or what to read. We needed something to tell us, you're done. Here's this wonderful thing that's happened. And related to that was a little bit of a disappointment that one of my favorite features of this game, which is this contract. To me, thematically, atmospherically, this is so exciting to me, this idea that we could eventually understand the nature of this demon's contract. And by deductive reasoning, in other words, these are all puzzles, figuring out these words. And the teasing part to me was this idea that we were going to combine the puzzles with a little bit of deduction of understanding, then figuring out eventually the nature of the demon's contract, which was a very compelling thing motivating us to keep going. And it feels like in the end, the author kind of said, well, we're not going to worry about the details of the demon's contract. Some people go crazy when they do it. Some people get saved. But we're not going to worry about making sense of all that. And I really wanted us, I love the idea that we were about to figure it out, and yet still we didn't know how to use it. And I really wish that there had been a more of an element of really having to figure out how to read it and make sense of it. Like maybe something like after we figured out all the symbols, then we could access a last message by Sean where he said, read the contract in a certain way, and that will tell you how to sever the thing. Instead, we just said book, separate, and that was all we needed. Book, separate, ring, and that was it. And those are just 3 little puzzles. Like, we didn't need the rest of these. And I really wish we had to make sense of it all. I haven't complained about the puzzles yet. We'll talk about that in a second, but let's check in a little bit more. Stacey says, this was on the difficult side for me. Might have been because I wasn't as experienced. Negative. is a lack of signposting. The premium level games are not as structured as much as the others. Dawn says, this would have been too difficult and unstructured for my group too. I'd have been on my own after not too long. Jonathan says, another reason I would have liked a little more structure is to ensure that switching back and forth from story to puzzle like Deadbolt. That's true. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about the puzzles. Leaving aside the issue of not needing to solve all the puzzles to find the ring, which feels like a little bit of a flaw, I would say we had a good number of puzzles, some of which were quite enjoyable, some on the slightly easier side, and some really hard. And hard in a way that seemed unfair and seems like you could get stuck indefinitely. And that would really, if this feels like a game that there are enough of those super hard ones that you could get stuck on, that if you tried to do this solo, I feel like you're almost guaranteed to get stuck somewhere indefinitely. Because we had so many minds working on this, the group really did solve couple people came and solved certain things that I never would have gotten. The musical notes Morse code, because of how intricate it was. But then it felt like there were unnecessarily complicated puzzles, and I sometimes talk about those as too many degrees of freedom. And maybe the easiest one, well, a one that came close, but I guess the group solved it fairly easily, was the poker chip one. And the poker chip one was actually completely solvable. But the fact that it added, once we figured out how to decode it, which we got fairly quickly, the fact that the word was spelled in reverse just felt like unnecessarily convoluted. Like once you figure out, it was fun to decode all this, but it was a little weird that it was in reverse. Now the S was reversed, so this is reasonable, I forgive it. But then this one, like, this is another example of sort of you're gilding the lily. I like the idea that the small notes and the long notes, but it really does require you to kind of know that these are short notes and this is a long note without the quaver. That didn't even occur to me without some musical background. And that seems very hard. And then you add on the fact that these weren't breaks. Like this is a word, this is a word, but then these notes are all part of one word because you're supposed to break on this, but not on this. It feels like it really required some musical knowledge, and musical knowledge that you wouldn't get by going to Wikipedia. So, boy, that's tricky. On the other hand, maybe you can argue that you don't need this to solve the whole puzzle. Actually, this is separate, so you do need this one. But that felt like unnecessary. Like, couldn't there have been a better way to do it? And then we also had a semaphore one, the channel is pointing out, that was in a video, where the hands of the clock. And when watching that video, I immediately knew the hands of the clock were telling us something, but you really needed to know how to do a semaphore code. And only because I have my code books here, and the channel realized semaphore. But that's one of those things, like maybe if you have an experienced group and someone has recently done a semaphore with clock hands, they would chime in. But if you didn't think that, if you didn't make that connection, you could get really stuck there. And there were people talk about signposting. It could have used some more not structure. It could have used something more that was knew when you were pointing in the right direction. And then on the opposite side of that, and we had some Latin. So a bunch of things required to do some external searching and stuff. And then the other side of that coin is there were a bunch of things that felt like they might be puzzles that weren't and were never explained. I don't like that, and I don't really understand it. Like the witch's spell that she said to repeat over and over again felt like it should mean something and didn't. The person who wrote in a grid form that had no meaning. Maybe I'm not going to be able to find that. And someone wrote next to it, like, what does this mean? Surely it means something. That I find weird. And then we had this puzzle that was slightly bugged because you just have to look at this and you don't have to solve any of it. This one looked like a puzzle to me. Does anyone know what this is? Nope, but wasn't. There were a couple things that felt like they were probably puzzles, but they turned out not to be. So a couple of misses with the puzzles. Some were easy. This one was pretty nice. So a little bit of hit and miss with the puzzles, but if you say, okay, the demon gives you a year, maybe not unreasonable to expect them to be hard and puzzles that you might need to ask friends for help on, although the demon says in the covenant, you can't talk to a third party about it, so kind of wants you to do it by yourself. But there were some other very cool moments, like when we discovered, like we had these tarot cards right from the beginning. We were like, how do we use these? And then we started spotting symbols in them in different places. That was a very fun moment. It was very satisfying to solve things in this game. All right, let's check in with the chat. Shazzer says, great work, I'm off to bed. Delia says, I think the purpose of the rest of this diagram is just to explain how the contract works. Yes, I think so, although it's not clear how it works. Stacy said, I like that if it had a symbol, it was a puzzle. The rest was narrative. Yeah, I think that is something to like. I still don't know. Can someone explain the full contract to me? What is the choice that people make? What is the choice and what do they get? Is the choice inaction or participating? And the only people that participated were the ones with the smudges. So if you choose inaction, what? Nothing happens? It's not clear how that affects this. If you do nothing, nothing happens. If you choose to make an offering, what happens? You lose your soul, and then what happens over here? Does he take the soul of the loved one, or do they keep it? And then what happens here? Are they bound together? Is that what this means? What is this initial thing? The messenger initials you into the book. Is that what his thumbprint is, his initial? So if you agree, he takes your soul, he puts his mark in the covenant, he initials it, and then he binds you and this person. But then why didn't Anne Rothman get bound with Ben? The one person seemed to bring back her husband from the island and didn't seem to get Ben back. So it's a little clear. So Delia is telling us a little bit about how she got the letters, although I don't see it appearing in my chat. I just see it on the side chat. She said, if you look at the cards, they do spell out, look for the letter or something. She says, for example, the logic card. Let's look at the logic card to see if I can make sense of what Delia is saying. She's saying the logic card, that there's an A in the bottom right corner. Where is there an A? And there's a fate in the fate cup. There's a T in the cup. Okay, I do see the letter T in the cup. So Delia is saying if you look on all the cards, they spell out something. There's a letter in each. In the messenger, there's a letter E in the bottom left. Okay, clever. I see that now. So that was actually very clever by Delia to find that each card had a little bit of a letter. She says, for the logic, turn it on its side to see the A. I hope you're not saying that this is an A. Boy, that is really a stretch. That is really a stretch for me to say that that's an A. I mean, I can see it if you insist on it, but ooh, that one needed to be clearer if that was really supposed to be there. Anyway, so Delia found letters in each of the cards, which eventually got her to say that it said something like, look for letter. Is that what it said? Look for letter. So anyway, I had a blast playing this with the group. This is a perfect example of something that if I had tried to do on my own, it would have been very unpleasant and very frustrating. As it is, I did get a little frustrated and on tilt. The amount of work that went into preparing this item and sealing in that ring, I really doesn't feel like this would be affordable to do by a mass market operation. Whoever did this, it was a real labor of love to produce these. It is a shame that it gets destroyed, that essentially you can't pass this along. But it is sort of in the spirit of the game, and it's affordable enough that it's not the worst thing in the world. One of these companies, I forget which one, has a system where they say after you finish the game, if you send it back to us, we'll credit you with a quarter of the price, whatever, so that they can reuse the components. This would be a very good candidate for that you would send this back and this company could remake and reseal something in the back and reuse it. So I guess an interesting question might be, we'll talk for a couple more minutes, then we'll end the stream. Very labor intensive to produce this, especially with the cassette needed, that special stuff. An interesting question would be, who would you recommend this for? So I think you'd have to say this is not for a solo player, except maybe a masochist, because really, it's not just that the puzzles are hard, although there is a hint system. You could come get hints if you want, and maybe you should go get hints if you get stuck for a day or so. But I think there's something else about it not being a solo experience. I think Stacey says you could reset it if you did it carefully yourself. I guess you could. I think there's something else that makes some games more appropriate for playing solo. And I think there's a part of the narrative of this is the sort of scary atmosphere that you sort of lose when you play these games solo. So it feels like this is sort of needs a group to scare each other, to sort of be in the mood to treat it seriously. Otherwise, it sort of becomes camp or becomes not important. And with the group of us doing it together, we really got into the lore and the idea that there was this real demon with this contract. And I did like that this was so active for us. It was like, we weren't solving a cold case where we had no investment in it. This was our soul at risk here. That made it much more compelling to try to solve. So I think you'd have to recommend this to an experienced group. And you'd want to remind them that they may have to go to outside sources for information about how to decode something, how to make sense of something. And this might be one of these games that would benefit from having a friend who solved it, who would be willing to nudge you in the right directions. And get a cassette player. Yes, get a cassette player. But this is one of these games where you might go to the hint and not get a best hint for you. This might be a game where you'd like to be able to ask someone, hey, do I really need a cassette player? Stuff like that. Or have I solved this? Have I finished this? Do I need to do this? Do I need to try to figure out the witch's spell? And it would be nice to have someone say, no, you've done that enough. I think so. Maybe not a perfect experience, what is, but a very special experience, a very deluxe box, and could not have picked a better group to play it with. Thank you for suffering through some of my frustrations. A real team effort. One of our epic experiences, right up there, I think, with some of our most special long experiences. It was very fun that it took us 5 days to do. We're coming up here on 5.5 hours, so we really maxed out our playing time here. Really a joy. Really makes me appreciate this group and be appreciative to have found all of you and that you all found me. Really fun. If you've managed to watch this not live with us, but after the fact, especially if, like Stacy, you got this game and tried to play it and needed to watch our playthrough to see how we did, maybe the designer of the game would be interested to see how people encountered it. Let me know in the comments if you have missed our final thoughts here and want to add your own. I'd love to hear it, whether you think some of these were fair or not. DJ Moneycut says, my guess for the number puzzle is John is the messenger. So DJ Moneycut is thinking that these last things are something like JOHNISTHEMESSENGER. Whoops, sorry. So DJ Moneycut thinks maybe each of these numbers is a letter and it spells out John is the messenger. If so, I don't know how it works. I mean, if N is 3, messenger ends here, but they're being used differently. So I'm not sure how you would do that, but that would be interesting. Anna says, I told you that John was the messenger. Okay, well, had a blast. We've still got a couple more of these deluxe experiences. I don't think any of them are actually going to be as long as the messenger, which maybe is a good thing, but we may try to get 1 or 2 of them in before the end of the month. Root of All Evil and Witchery Spell, both in larger boxes, but maybe shorter experiences and less challenging. This may be one of the more difficult puzzle games we've played. Thank you for joining me. I look forward to reading your comments in the comment section of this video. If you want to stop by the Discord, you are always welcome. There's links to that and the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. If you like this video and want to see more of these, you could give it a thumbs up. If you hate this video, you could give it a thumbs down. I hope you'll join me for the next one. Thanks everyone in the chat for joining me, and I'll see you next time.